last minute luck. 7 members of the Pride. A whole morning tracking, combined effort between myself and Morris, the tracker from Eco Training Prideland. There's one more young male coming. So this is a cue for you to join us this afternoon. It's imperative. You cannot miss it. We are going to be focusing to try and find them, hopefully spend some good time with them this afternoon. So we'll see you then, everybody. Join us again this afternoon for another African adventure.
Good morning. Look what we have and what we are starting with on Escape to Nature. An elephant. How wonderful is this? Welcome to Escape to Nature, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day and hoping to find a lot of elephants today. But I mean, even if we don't, this one has truly made my day already, and I hope yours as well. Remember, as we are watching this beautiful gentle giant, this is live, and of course we are interactive. So please do send through your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you may have today, anything you would like to chat about. Let me know, please. Oh, well, Heron is also here. Hopefully we are going to see a sushi fest again today. And our monitor, look at this. Everyone is just arriving to the party. How amazing. But please do get in touch with us throughout the day, and we'd love to have a chat with you. Anything you would like us to at the different water holes. Woo, sorry about that. I was just saying I can definitely deal with all of those temperatures if you guys can. And of course, this Ellie is definitely also taking advantage of the heat and humidity and enjoying some water and a good old nap, it seems. But I really am excited. If you know me, you will know that I am addicted to elephants. So day has already been made, but hopefully we do still see a lot of various animals today and interactions and just get to be one with Mother Nature. Ray J, good morning. I hope you are doing well. You are saying more exciting times waiting for us. And I am excited with you. Can I just tell you? This elephant has definitely made my day. I was just checking Gowrie Dam and of course the surrounding areas and yes, stumbled upon, upon this beautiful animal. Goodness, imagine you can't English this early in the morning. Now, of course, we see a lot of elephants in our various locations, on safari, on Escape to Nature. But this truly is an animal I can never get tired of observing and just talking about, because they really are, for me personally, the most fascinating creatures out there. Of course, I love all of them, but elephants in particular are just, oh man, they are entertaining, does not matter what they do. As I said, this is a bull. If I had to guess, I would say probably anything from 15 to 20 years old. I could be wrong, of course. It is a little tricky to actually age an elephant. Just like anything else in nature, you know, genetics play a huge role. I've worked with some really old elephants that are not that large. Then I've worked with some really young elephants that were quite impressive, not just their tusks, but their actual body size. But this one is definitely a bull, and he is just enjoying the morning. He's a little bit camera shy, luckily not all the way. We can definitely deal with this. But isn't this animal just so fascinating? From their anatomy to, of course, what we describe as their intelligence, to the way that they operate within their herds, the way that they communicate with each other. Of course, you know, they trumpet, they rumble. But this guy is most probably just on a mission of his own. And then when he needs to find a lady to mate with, or perhaps ladies, he will definitely make it his mission to find them. But he does not seem too bothered about a relationship right now. He worries about food. You know, I can relate with this elephant. Sometimes you just want to have food or a snack. Start your morning and then worry about the rest. And this is truly one of the animals that I love photographing, but especially when you get close-ups of their eyes, of their ear veins, of the actual toenails on the hoof. Actually want to see if we can get a better look of his beautiful eyes. Or at least just one. Oh, you silly animal, of course you are moving now. When I want to appreciate your beautiful, beautiful, soulful eyes. And isn't that trunk just so, so, so impressive? It's scary to think that there are thousands of muscles just in that trunk alone. As I mentioned, the anatomy is super fascinating. That trunk literally does everything. You saw it scratching its ear, you saw it using it to get the food. And a misconception that a lot of people have is that they, sort of drink through their trunk. But that is their nose, essentially. Of course, it's a very dexterous tool for them. But if they were to slurp that up completely, it would be like snorting water through your nose. It's going to be very painful. So what they do is they suck up some water, and they can actually have 30 liters of water in their trunk at one time. And there you see, they splurt it into the mouth, just like with the food. And in that way they drink. And with the elephants, it's actually very, very impressive. They generally drink about 100 to 200 liters of water. But an elephant of this size, easily 150, I would say, give or take. But of course, that will vary from day to day. But they are water-dependent animals, so they do need to drink water frequently. No, don't go into the tree of Narnia. Ethan, you would like to know how long can an elephant's trunk grow? That is a very fascinating question. I mean, if you were to take it arm's length, I would say fully outstretched, at least a good 2.5 meters even. But as I say, of course, there are thousands of muscles in that trunk. So you can't necessarily just by getting one glimpse of an elephant say, okay, well, that's how long the trunk actually is. But they can, of course, fully outstretch it and drink water, splurt it in their mouth. I'm sure you have seen many times, especially during this season, when they are picking marula fruits. They can really outstretch that trunk, to get to the top branches. So it is truly very impressive what they are able to do with that trunk. I honestly don't hope this tree swallows this elephant now, because sometimes the tree does that with the animals. However, I do think, because when I initially found him, he was way in the back, just between those two trees. So I don't think he'll completely loop back to where he came from. He'll probably disappear onto the open area now behind the tree. I'm speculating, I don't know. Sadly, I have not yet mastered elephant language. I'm still practicing and studying, so I don't think it's something I'll probably ever master. But I think he's most probably going to move on now. Just wanted to get some food and a drink. And now he's going to carry on with his day. I do just want to check if I can find the kingfisher, because I saw one. Of course, we can hear them the entire time. But to actually find one on the camera is not at all as easy as it may seem. And I don't know if you remember yesterday, I mentioned, I think I hear some faint alarm calls from vervet monkeys. And of course the Franklin that is also now calling. And last night on Sunset Drive, one of our zoomies found the beautiful, beautiful Mulwati male leopard. But it was very brief, to be honest with you. He was here and then he left. But it is a beautiful overcast day, so you never know what we might find today. Of course, I will keep all of you posted on our water holes, but for now, I'm going to send you over to Steve, who is in Madikwe.
Well, good morning, and welcome to Madikwe here in the northwest of South Africa, where it is potentially going to get up to a balmy 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a nice cool day today, and our lioness, who with a few others we've spent most of the morning with, is taking it very easy underneath the shade of this acacia tree. Hello everybody, how are we doing? My name is Steve and I'm joined this morning on Escape to Nature by Rian, and we are out and about to show you some wild lions. Now that's the objective for us this morning. We're going to stay with these cats as long as we can. I don't think that they're going anywhere, but you never know. This is a live and interactive safari, and these animals can come and go as they please. They've spread out slightly from this morning. A few of them a little bit more over to the left. And although the sun isn't beating down, there is still obviously a warmth that emanates through the clouds. And this lioness has found the perfect spot to just take it easy. Wonderful time in the morning to also just sit quietly. Maybe we'll hear her breathing, maybe we'll hear some of the birds calling. Ruth, well, that is a great comment. You know, we've started the last 5 mornings with lions. We've been truly blessed in that regard. Truly, truly blessed. Rian, just on that stump over there on the stick. I don't know if the pole's in the way, but that's a female violet-eared starling. Violet-eared waxbill. Yes. Oh, that was a female. Well, she stayed around longer than I expected it to. So thanks for doing the efforts. There they are. They're in front of us now. The male has landed down in the bottom of the bush over here. Down right. The male is over here. Down right here. Somewhere there. There, he's just landed on the floor. Let's see if he comes up again. Right in the middle of the frame. He's landed in the bottom there. Let's see. With the quelias. There we go. There, he just flew off. They are such a pretty bird. I think we've got them on camera before, but not easy. They are very, very fleeting. They're in the bushes there off to the right now. Making Rian work very hard this morning. He's in that bush now, but I don't know if he's on the top of that little bush. Oh, he's gone again. Well, from nice sleeping, slow-moving lions to very fast-moving waxbills. The violet-eared waxbill is definitely one of those very special birds to see. I've only seen 2 of them in the Kruger, and that was in the north in Porphyry, but I have seen a number of them here. Well, that's because this is where they occur. Much more common here. Thanks, Rian. Sorry about those fast movements. Andre, the fastest organism in the world is the peregrine falcon, which is reputed to fly over 300 and something kilometers an hour. Now, how that they measured that, how they measured the peregrine falcon's movement, is that they took 390 kilometers an hour. Goodness gracious, that's fast. Now, how they measured that is they had obviously a pet or a tamed peregrine that was used to chasing or catching something, and they went up in a hot air balloon, and they had this item that the peregrine falcon was used to catching, a ball or something, I don't know what it was, but on it had a speedometer that would clock out once it stopped moving, or it would clock the fastest speed, and then it would record that. I don't know how that works, but I think that makes sense. And then they dropped it from the hot air balloon, and then they let the bird go. And when the bird came back with that object, it had recorded that speed on the dial, but bear in mind the bird had to have been going faster than that object when it caught it. So how incredible, how incredible. A bird only weighing half a kilogram. I was really blessed up in the northern Kruger to have the last 2 years a breeding pair moving into one of my favorite areas in the Levuva River, nesting on the side of cliffs, rock faces. I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning. Looks like a dried bit of wild basil in front of the lion's head there. You see that plant just in front. Of the Ocimum variety, I would have to smell the leaves to tell you for sure if it was. Jamie, yes, of course. Lions are fully aware all the time. I don't know if you've ever spent time with a domestic cat. They will be fast asleep on the couch and something will happen and they are lightning speed onto whatever it is. Either it's towards something or away from something. Their sense of hearing is not diminished by their sleep. So yes, they can go from 0 to 100 very, very quickly. And it's one of their benefits, or one of their hunting strategies, is to just save a lot of energy and just lie there. I've seen on many occasions situations just like this, where the prey animals come to the lions. Obviously they're not very close to water, but there are a number of game paths that traverse through these areas, and all game paths lead to water. And we've got two water sources nearby. We've got the Twassa watering hole and we've got the airstrip quarry, and either one of them could be a good place for animals to move between. think we parked in the right direction with the wind round. It smells better, hey? For now. Jojo, the perceived objective, or what's the reason for the black spot on the tail, is no doubt communication. Now, when a lion is lying down, crouched, looking towards you, you can't actually see it if you don't look clearly. When the tail flicks, you will see a black rise in the tail. You'll see the black spot. And the tail of the lion can indicate so many things of the animal's behavior and what it's about to do, which is quite helpful for us if we're walking. If you see a lion's tail doing that, you must be very sure that you're not going to do anything other than stand there. But from behind, the black spots on the ears and the black tail are very easily seen, especially by animals when they're hunting and when the cubs are following the adults. So that's potentially the main reasons for the black spot. It potentially could be also the black tip gets a bit warmer, as with impala, and ticks migrate towards that spot, although it's a long body and a long tail to move, to migrate down to get to, so I'm not sure about that one. Going to stay here with our lions, see what they get up to. In the meantime, let's go on down to Grecha to say good morning to Nick.
Look like your lions are going anywhere too fast there, Steve. Welcome to Kariega. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And we positioned ourselves here relatively close by to Scotia Dam. Humidity levels are starting to increase slowly kind of throughout the morning. And I feel like it's going to be a good bet to spend a bit of time close to the water here. And just watch a few different species of animals make their way down, trickle through to the waterhole. There was 2 or 3 giraffe that made their way across here maybe about 20 minutes ago or so, but just a fleeting glimpse, and it's amazing how an animal as big and as tall as a giraffe can just disappear just like that. But we've got a lovely scene to start our escape to nature with these eland, and you can see we've definitely got 1 or 2 nyalas as well. Got a male just behind that eland on the right, and then it looks like a female behind the eland on the left hand side. Yolanda, I promise there's no Photoshop in this frame, in this video that you're seeing. This is how it is. No, it's beautifully lush, beautifully green, nice and vibrant. It's alive. It's very nice. Remember, we are in our summer season, so we still are expecting more rains to come throughout the upcoming weeks. The last significant rain that we had was, when is it now? Maybe 5 days ago or so, of around 35 mils. We've had a little pitter-patter since then, but nothing too substantial. Remember, Kariga is right on the coast here, so the ocean's definitely going to help to regulate and maintain temperatures and things like that. But yeah, I must say I love a storm, and I'm very excited for the next big one to come. The past sort of 2-3 days, moving from the morning through to midday, the humidity's really been shooting through the roof. And I feel like if we had a nice big storm push through, it would just clear all of that. I'm really hoping that our little mud wallows here close to Scotia Dam will be filled up by a bit of rain as well. It's definitely a little bit tougher for the animals in terms of not having plenty of mud wallows. Not to say that there's none around. I mean, there are some just further away. But I feel like the positioning of these ones that we've got just in, you can see one of them bottom left-hand side of the frame here, so good for photography. Victoria, what antelope has the heaviest horn? I can't say I've ever researched that, but I would probably say a kudu. Remember that male kudu's got those beautifully big spiraled horns. Solid. I mean, it's a good set of horns. Remember, when they're fully developed, fully mature, there'll be almost those like 3 twists. And yeah, so I would put my money on a big male kudu. I guess you look at something like a sable antelope, also a nice big set of horns. You're not going to be finding sable antelope here, but definitely a good set of horns on a sable antelope as well. I was actually reading quite an interesting book the other day about sable antelope. Called A Certain Curve of Horn, and it basically follows the story of the sable antelope in and amongst Angola, the giant sable antelope, of how hunters would come to the area, and to the sort of the indigenous people of the area there, the sable antelope was kind of revered amongst them as being sacred, and a lot of hunters would come and ask these locals where they could find certain species, and they'd ask for all these animals, and the locals would kind of guide them there. But in terms of when it came to the sable, they knew where they were. They were up in the highlands, in the Angolan highlands. But to them, remember, they were sacred, so they would send them off in the opposite direction. And it basically, the book revolves around the whole course of this, and the sable antelope, and sort of revolution in the area and things like that. It's quite a good read, Certain Curve of Horn. But to get back to the original question, I would say in the area here, kudu's probably going to have the biggest set of horns. So at the moment we've got slightly overcast conditions. The sun is not out, it's not baking quite yet. And we'll give it a little bit. Maybe later on in the day these eland will head to Scotia Dam and have a drink. So I'm just checking that antelope we can see in the middle of the frame right at the back. It is quite a distance away, but I think I had a horrible mis-ID there. It doesn't look like a female Nyala. It looks like a female Impala. Just for anybody who's scrutinizing, because it was nagging me. You know when you head around on like a game drive and you think you've seen something, but you don't reverse to go back and go and check it out, and you're still cruising around looking for other things, and half an hour later you're thinking, oh, I should have gone back. I'm sure that
This is deja vu. We've got another elephant. It is not the same one that we had earlier on. I'm actually gonna call this elephant lappies, which refers to a lapop, which is a rag doll. Because you'll see now on the other side, his other ear is just completely torn up. It looks like a piece of cloth. But he was literally 10 seconds ago, he was having the best time. Splashing around, he even went down, to sort of cool off the stomach area. And of course, just as we went live, he decided, no. I will be a beautiful elephant, just standing still like this, minding my business. But I saw you. Come on, guy, do it again. And I mean, as I say, I've worked with elephants for quite some time, up close and personal, and of course on safari as well, but they never cease to amaze me. I don't know if you just saw that behavior where he was sort of stepping on the plant material and then ripping it out with his trunk. They really are just so impressive. Even before he puts it in his mouth, he shakes it a little just to get the excess soil off. And then he puts it in his mouth. Of course, elephants have their tusks, which is modified teeth basically. And then in their mouth, they've got 4 molars. Now you're probably thinking, sheesh, and they eat trees? It really is huge. Really, really very big. As I say, I have had the privilege to work with them up close. And it's rather scary when you look into their mouth and you see how big those molars are. So they've got 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. So they don't have like front teeth like a zebra, for instance, or a wildebeest or a buffalo. But of course they eat much harsher materials. Now during their lifetime they will have 6 sets of these molars. So round about more or less every 10 years they get a new set. And so generally when elephants pass on, it is not necessarily of age and not being able to actually move around. It is due to the fact that that last set of molars have, I scratch. That last set of molars have completely worn down and they can no longer really, even the little bit of digestion that they can do, they can no longer digest the food and actually break it down anymore. But super incredible if you think about it. And of course, as I mention often, they eat anything in the bush regarding vegetation. They'll eat barks of trees, branches, roots, bulbs, berries, fruits. That's why someone mustn't tell me, if you eat salad, you stay nice and skinny. Because look at elephants, look at hippos, look at buffaloes, look at rhinos. I rest my case. man. And you would think, an elephant eating is more or less for the most part across the board the same sighting each time, but it really is not. Especially in summertime, there's so much more food available for them, and fruits, the marula fruits, the berries that are around. They love all of it, and they really will do everything they can to get to it. Alice, you would like to know, how do elephants know what fruits are safe for them to feed on? For the most part, animals know these things. As we always reference, their senses are super, super acute. So they really do know, okay, well, this doesn't smell right. I'm not going for that. But for the most part as well, remember, an elephant is a really, really large animal. So they would really need to eat a lot of poisonous things for them to actually get affected by it. Because they also, remember, they don't digest very well. They only digest about 30% of what they eat. So they really would need to get a lot of that. Where did he go? He disappeared off into the drainage. But I'm not going to mention the actual liqueur. But most of you will probably know what I'm referring to. But I used to work with an elephant that is the model and the ambassador for a very famous liqueur in Africa. And I remember when they came for their yearly photo shoots and advertisements and all of the shoots they had to do with this specific elephant. Well, we've got more. We, as naturalists, we actually had to go pick up marulas because that is one of the ingredients in the liqueur. And we had to pick up, I promise you, we had to fill bags and bags and bags of marulas that obviously fell to the ground, because that was also used in the advertisement. But we always got such a giggle, because of course, they don't digest well. So when they defecate, you'll see this whole marula fruit still in the dung, and then you're just like, what a waste. There goes a couple of hours of my life that I will never get back. Oh, just look at it, tiny one. I don't know about any of you, but my day has definitely been made, even with Steve's sleepy lions, Nick's antelope. We really are off to a beautiful start. And remember to send through your questions and your comments and anything you would like to know about elephants, or perhaps about the Sabi Sand, perhaps about us as naturalists, or even just about wild earth in general. This is literally a good mix of a therapy session, I always call it, but it's also like a AMA session. You can ask us anything you would like to know. We literally just spend some time with the animals. We are not rushed for time. We can truly just enjoy everything that happens in and around us. Liviki. No, don't go, you silly thingy. Martha, good morning. You would like to know if I've ever had a one-on-one encounter with an elephant. I have, yes. I have been very, very, very fortunate to be in that position. I've worked at wonderful, wonderful rehabilitation centers, or even just volunteered at them. And as well as lodges that actually, work with elephants up close and personal. So I have had that privilege, yes. And it really is, oh man, it is so, so, so incredible. But one sighting or one moment that I'm thinking of and always refer to fondly is Herd. I'm sure you guys have heard of this place, Herd. It's the Hoedspruit Elephant Rehabilitation, I think, development. I think so. But it's a center in Hoedspruit, and they are fairly recent actually, or fairly new. And they sort of, because we often tend to think, it's just baby rhinos that need saving and all of that. It's baby elephants as well, whether they lost their mothers to poaching or whatever the case is. And I worked with Kanyisa, who's known as the pink elephant. And she has got to be one of the most feistiest elephants I've ever worked with in my life. And she's got this beautiful personality. Please do go look them up. It's super interesting. But Kanyisa is, people refer to her as the pink elephant or the albino elephant. She's just got a lack of melanin. So she is not a dark elephant. She's literally this beautiful pink thing with blue eyes. And yes, I've actually, with baby elephants, I've been very lucky to work with them, but as well as adult elephants that have also been translocated from Zimbabwe. It really is something else. But then, of course, on safari as well. One moment I remember is we went on a staff drive. So it was very quiet at the lodge, and we decided, all right, let's go on safari with the staff. Because, of course, people that work in the kitchen and the housekeepers and all of the staff generally don't get out that much, because when you are off, you just go home. You're tired, you want to see your family and friends. So we went on a staff drive, and Ruan, my friend, said to me, my colleague at the time, said to me, let's go to the elephants. And I said, no, Ruas, that's a bad idea. Let's not, and pretend we did. And so we went all the way from the southeast to the southwest to go to an elephant sighting. And we were literally stuck in the middle of a herd. Now, Ruan was driving. I was just narrating. And the next thing, we were literally, but I don't know why he did this. He was literally in the middle of the road. And generally, for the most part, when we're on elephant sighting, you sort of pull off just a little bit. Half of your vehicle is in the bush and half on the road. So that should an elephant, want to bypass you or something like that, there's always room for both of you to have an escape route. Goodness, Lisa, English. And so Ruan literally stopped in the middle of the road. And I thought, interesting move, but all right, you know what you do, so. And literally one elephant behind the back of our vehicle said, "Prrrt." And this cow in front of us bolted, but literally came for the vehicle, not to us, but of course, she wanted to get to her calf. And Ruan just, reversed like he was driving Miss Daisy. We really needed the Fast and the Furious, but he thought, no, it's fine. And I was like, Ruan! And eventually, what felt like 5 hours, 5 minutes later, we left the sighting, all was well. Again, the elephants weren't aggressive towards us. It was just a mere communication from a calf, and the cow wanted to respond. And so we're driving out, and we looked to the back of us, and the staff was not impressed at all. The one lady had she was hyperventilating, and we realized how fortunate are we and how much we actually take it for granted, because us as guides and as naturalists, for us, it's something we see fairly often, and we tend to, read the animal's behavior and all of that. But to someone that almost never sees it that close and that personally, it's rather scary. So, so yes, I actually have had the privilege of working with them up close and personal.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
And if you had any doubts, there is proof that there is a male, or this is a male. You can see right now he is just super relaxed. That way that he put the trunk over the tusks, this that he's doing right now with the feet, that is just sort of distributing the weight, relaxing the muscles. As I said, there are thousands of muscles in the trunk alone. So they really do need to, sort of just take a break every now and again. You can just imagine thousands of muscles. You really would need to put them somewhere just to relax a little bit, take off the edge. I'm going to see if any of these elephants are in fact sticking around for us here in the beautiful Djuma. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Steve to see how his lions are doing.
Thanks, Lisa. Well, the sun is trying to push its way through the clouds, and one lioness has been joined by another lioness, and we've repositioned because of the angle of the sun. And these two have definitely got a prime position underneath these two acacia trees, the monkey thorn and the umbrella thorn. I think it's an umbrella thorn. Looks like it from here anyway. Such an important element in these dry climates, these hot climates, the shade. We've got our own mobile shade in the roof. I don't think we would manage otherwise. And so, as we know, lions are very energy conserving animals. Most animals are. Most animals will not go out of their way to waste energy. Sorry, Dee, I only heard the beginning of Hannah's question. I didn't get all of that. Could maybe go again. Hannah, when you say, do lions have a good digestive system? I mean, they've got an acid system. I'd say it's not too dissimilar from our own, although we are capable of breaking down vegetative material as well. The lion will eat, obviously, enormous amounts of protein. And I think the absorption of that protein also leads to massive amounts of energy being used for digestion. So just like after a big meal, Christmas or Thanksgiving, something like that, you find yourself being very, very lethargic. Many people say, I'm just going to go digest for a little while. It's the same sort of thing, you know. Lions gorge themselves to the point where they've got nothing else to do but rest and digest. Is it the most efficient system? Probably not. But I'm not 100% sure. It is capable of breaking down a lot of the protein, but they don't obviously break down the fur or the bone. Which they will then regurgitate. The digestive system does allow them, though, to absorb huge amounts of water from their diet, enabling them to not needing to drink for sometimes 4 to 5 days due to the amount of blood. So they do have very strong stomach juices, and apparently the meat digestion can be pretty quick because of that. But it leads to very, very smelly scat, as we were smelling this morning. Judith, yes, lions go through teething. They have very small little teeth, and the eruption of the permanent teeth normally happens after 2. But their canines not fully developed until about 3. So they are born without teeth, just like humans. And they grow very small ones in the beginning, just like we do, which are then replaced. 6 or 7 month old cubs will stop drinking altogether, and that's when meat forms a large portion of the diet, or the entire diet. Did I say 3 years? About 3 months or so they start pushing through. The permanent teeth. The full set, obviously pushing out, causing the baby teeth to fall out. Normally gaining them between 13 and 15 months. They look very cute in the beginning, don't they? Then after a year, lions are, as we know, proper little lions. Whereas, Cannon, that's a good question. What part of the lion is very sensitive? Well, I would suggest the eyes are sensitive, as with most animals. And inside of the joints, the skin inside the joints would be quite a sensitive spot, and around the haunches is generally a place where they attack each other. Now, I don't know if this is going to endeavour any interest, but there's a very big male giraffe who is walking parallel with us on the airstrip, and this one lioness has lifted her head slightly, and she's just going, oh no, he's a big boy, we're not going to mess with him. He's big. If it was small, I reckon there might be some thought about it, but she's gone and put her head down and said no thanks. When we talk about sensitivity of lions, you see around their mouth, they've got the black. Well, that's just extra melanin in the skin because of the amount of cuts and scratches that they get around that area. It helps to protect the skin. It's a little bit more versatile. But in general, if you shaved a lion down to the skin is very dark. So they've got a very tough exterior. They're very tough animals. I've seen lions with some of the most incredible injuries that just come about as if nothing happened, that we would not be able to do. But their belly is probably their most vulnerable, their throat and their belly. Probably their most vulnerable spots, hence why when a lion is submissive to another lion, they turn over to be submissive. That's also, though, at the same time to get all 4 feet in the battle. So being submissive as well as being defensive by submitting. The giraffe's decided to rather just take another loop around. He hasn't sparked any interest from these lions, but that is the kind of activity that we're hoping for. So your comms broke up slightly there. Someone commented on what a stunning giraffe this was. It's a big boy. Big giraffe like that are only really propositioned by lions if the lions have got a male or two with them. Big male. Pride of females with youngsters. They don't generally attempt it. It's a really big physical battle. And tough-bodied or not, a lion getting stomped on the face or kicked in the head generally isn't an option that they choose. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning, we are here on the eastern parts of Madikwe with a pride of 4. 1 young male, 1 young female, and 2 adult lionesses. Just taking it very easy in the shade of these acacia trees on this relatively cool and overcast day from Madikwe, which we're quite thankful for. It's been incredibly warm this last week. Brandy, you think they're clean, do you? That's a very interesting comment. They might look clean, but they do lick themselves regularly. If you had to do a bacterial swab test, I can assure you they are filthy. If you handle lions, if you ever do find yourself in a situation where you're assisting a vet or in whatever game capture or whatever it might be, and you manage to touch these animals, you'll see how unclean they really are. And most vets would recommend that you wear gloves if you do touch or handle carnivores due to the amounts of parasites and potential infectious bodily worms you might be able to take off of their body, off their fur. So, yeah, they might look clean, but they get rained on every now and again. They don't swim, they don't bathe, they lick themselves with a mouth that has been eating fetid meat. So, yes, I think I've made my point clear. No, they're not clean at all. There's nothing clean about them. I suppose it's just that coat that they have. It's the fur is quite short. It doesn't dirty very easily, or it doesn't look dirty very easily. Not like most people who own something white and how quickly it gets filthy. Doesn't seem to be the case with the lions. They will lick themselves, and that is the way of cleaning, and they will clean with their tongue a lot of their body. But that's basically just wiping the surface with a dirty rag filled with infectious bacteria. The bites of a lion itself has enough to lead to huge septic infected wounds if untreated. And yet, their saliva is got healing properties for them, for their own wounds. It's amazing how that works. Jackie, no. There's variations dependent on the ancestors, on the lineage, on the mother or the father. You get darkish brown eyes, you get lightish amber-like eyes, you get even lighter, you even get white, or should I say not white, you get blue eyes. I feel that the darker the eye, the more advantage that animal has in the heat of the African sun, and the bluer the eye, the less advantage. Still occurs though, especially in our white lions. The white lions, genetic variation of the same gene, same genetics, just that variation, that recessive gene that comes through. The white lions I've seen have got blue eyes. Linda, that's a big question. What do lions represent in history? How far back do you want to go, and how controversial can this discussion become? I mean, we just have to go back to some of what people in modern archaeology think of some of the oldest structures in the world, and the Sphinx in ancient Egypt, 3,000 years old or something, is this giant lion which is aligned with the stars cosmically. How that was done, well, ancient technologies, I'm sure, but we're not going to get into that now. But the lion historically has been revered across the world for the longest time. I mean, we even think about the Lionheart, one of the English kings in the Crusades, the English Lions, the rugby team, British and the Irish Lions that tour the world now, go back in a long history. And lions have roamed the African continent, probably even through into Asia, longer than we can remember. And their symbology in many cultural traditions with regards to tests of manhood and tests of strength, tests of courage, the king of the jungle, synonymous with pretty much every culture on the planet that has been in contact with them, of course. And the connection between lions and humans dates back a very long time. It's why lions move away from people. It's why they don't hunt people, because we have been competing with them on the African continent for a very, very long time, since the control or the development of the use of fire. Humans became something a little bit more than the average prey item. And it's evident in how a lion responds to this bipedal walking human being when you see them respond very differently to a giraffe, which surely has far more physicality than I do, I would say. Even a small giraffe, I'm sure, would sort me right out. So, but they are a mythical animal. They are a beautiful animal that's been around a long time, and the strength of the lion is well known. The fact that they are predatory, the fact that there's history of man-eaters dates back to lots of times as well. And I think a lot of people have got a abject fear of lions. There's an element to seeing a crocodile, seeing a lion, that just does something to the human body. Rightfully so. Our ancestors competed with those organisms for space on the landscape. So the role of lions in history, I'm sure we could probably list quite a few. What an interesting topic. I hope I don't get too controversial there. So many of the kings of old have taken the lion as the symbol of nobility or royalty. They obviously symbolize strength and courage, valor, stateliness. And on the African continent, they are the apex predator. Maybe when you come back I'll read a little ode to the lion from a beautiful book from Crida Mutwa. See if we have some time for that. But in the meantime, let's send you over to Lisa and Ukukwiro.
Thank you, Steve. Sadly, we have no lions yet. I'm just trying to have a look-see around to see if we can spot anything in the distance. But we do have our springbok around. Ooh, and I'm happy to report, yesterday I saw a zebra foal. It was still very, very, very tiny, so I do suspect it was a fresh one. But this was late in the afternoon, just before we had actually gotten a proper storm here in Okokweyo. But, as I say, very peaceful here, just looking around. Steve, just to get back on your topic of lions, but more on the topic of cats. Now, if you would not like to discuss this, any of you listening and watching, please do let me know. But I don't know who of you have heard of the ordeal we had in Johannesburg in South Africa recently. So there was a tiger on the loose. Now I know that sounds very odd. Because first of all, tigers don't naturally occur in Africa, but second of all, why is it in a city? Now, I don't want to go too deep into this, otherwise I'm just going to infuriate myself. But I would like to know your opinion. So the backstory or the basics of the story basically comes down to this tigress. It was a female. Her name was Sheba. She was on a farm and she was in captivity. And somehow she managed to escape. And unfortunately, in her time as a free lady, she unfortunately did attack a civilian. Luckily, he didn't succumb to his injuries or anything like that, but of course it is a very unfortunate situation. And to my understanding, she also attacked 2 dogs and a pig, if I'm not mistaken. Now this morning on our news, they reported that she had been euthanized, meaning she'd been put down by people. What are your thoughts on this? Because of course, this is a common occurrence, not just in Africa, but all over the globe. If something happens in a zoo or even in a national park, it happens so frequently in so many of our national parks in Southern Africa that people actually get out of their vehicles in the wild, knowing they are wild animals, and if something happens, that animal gets put down. Now, please tell me, what are your thoughts on this? Is it right? Is it wrong? What do you personally think about these sort of situations?
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
goslings and the little egrets. I wonder where Fiona, their godmother, is. And if you're only joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature, where we just take some time, spend some time with the animals, with Mother Nature, all of the birds, the smaller creatures. And sometimes we have some difficult discussions. Now, I do know this is a difficult topic to talk about, and if you do not want to, please do let me know. But as I mentioned many a times, when it comes to conservation, difficult conversations do need to happen. I think we tiptoe around too many things and have been doing so for far too long. So what we are discussing, and I don't necessarily just want to go in on that topic, but I'm sure many of you have read or seen online or heard perhaps that recently there was a female tiger by the name of Sheba. She escaped from a farm. She was held in captivity. I'm not sure what farm it was, if it was private owners that just had her or what the situation is. So I don't want to go in on that because I don't have enough information. But what had happened was, unfortunately, in her time of being a free tigress, unfortunately she attacked a civilian, and he's all right. He did not succumb to his injuries or anything, but she did also attack 2 dogs and 1 pig. And this morning on my way to work, they reported on the news that she had been put down. Now, what are your thoughts on this? When wild animals do what they do instinctively, and sometimes it so happens to be within a community, what are your thoughts on that? Should that animal be put down? Ray J, you are saying exotic animals should not be raised as pets. Definitely. And again, I don't want to, as I say, I don't have enough information personally. I have tried to research a lot about it. I'm not sure why this tigress was on the farm, what the purpose of her being there was, so I don't want to go too much in on that. I don't know if she was being held as a pet, so I just want to clear us of that. I do just want to talk about why are we doing what we are doing as humans. Often there are things that happen in national parks as well, people getting out of their vehicles where they shouldn't be getting out, and then if something happens, we euthanize the animal. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to use a very simple example. So my one sister is an absolute animal lover. She loves dogs, she loves cats, she literally loves anything. And when I think she was 19 or something, she got attacked by a very big dog, a Boerboel. Many of you will know what that dog breed is. And he literally gave her a very serious injury. I don't want to go in on it too much. And to this day, she does have a fear of dogs still, but she's got a dog and she still loves dogs. And, it was also discussed that should the dog be put down, etc., etc. There are a lot of opinions around this. Now, I know a dog is not a tiger. That is not the same situation. But I'm just saying, should that animal really in that instance be euthanized then? I know a couple of years ago, I think it was in the United States. I apologize if I'm incorrect. But there was that kid that fell into the gorilla enclosure in a zoo. And I can't really recall. I think that gorilla was also euthanized, if I'm not mistaken. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. But again, is it that animal's fault? And I actually get so upset when I talk about these things. I was literally crying whilst I was on my way to work this morning because I thought, I understand the circumstances and the situation, and okay, well, this tiger is now a danger to, the community and to people and civilians, etc., etc., etc. I understand that. But is it not possible, to rather not euthanize that animal, but darted and translocated. Go put it somewhere in a private game reserve or something like. I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. And please do let me know, because this morning, this whole time I was fighting with myself, and I thought, no, Lisa, but what would you have done? And I did try to put myself, in their shoes. What would I have done if I had been attacked by a tiger? Or perhaps my father or mother or loved ones were attacked by a tiger. But what is a tiger doing in the city? And this happened in the south of Joburg, which is in Gauteng in South Africa. So as I say, I do not necessarily want to go in on that topic, but I'm just saying, what other options do we have? Is there literally nothing else we can do for these animals? And the same happens every single day. Believe me, with elephants, with lions, with so many animals that, okay, well, this animal is now on the loose. It has happened before in Greater Kruger as well, where a lion perhaps gets out of Kruger, and more often than not, there wasn't even an incident, and then that animal gets euthanized because, okay, now it's known human blood, or now it knows the smell of humans, etc., etc. It doesn't care about humans. It's a wild animal. It's got instinct. So my question is just, are we really that... I don't know, are we that naive just to think, okay, well, that is the end of it. This tiger is guilty. Let's kill it. And again, I'm not just referring to the tiger. Anything. Why are we punishing wild animals for doing what they do instinctively? And again, I do apologize. I'm not in the shoes of the people that were involved. Not at all. So I can't give my personal opinion in that regard. But I'm just trying to think, do we really not have any other option? And there are so many things to analyze around this and to think about and to consider in these sort of situations. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. Let me know what you think. And again, if you don't want to chat about this, let me know. But yes, I would definitely love to hear from you. Michelle, good morning. You are saying animals should not pay the price. Exactly. And thank you. Thank you guys all for, sort of having this discussion with me. And please, if you disagree with me, let me know. Give me a different, perspective. Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Because, as I say, I was in traffic for an hour and a half this morning on my way to work. And the whole time I was having this massive conflict with myself because I kept saying to myself, Lisa, put yourself, let's say you were the wife of the civilian that was attacked. How would you have felt? And yes, there are so many things to take into consideration. My question is just, why did that tigress have to pay the price? Why do lions sometimes have to pay the price? Why do elephants sometimes have to pay the price? A lot of the times there are elephants that attack vehicles in Kruger. And then if you go look at the footage, people are like, no, but this elephant was euthanized because it was big and aggressive and it kept attacking vehicles. If you go look at the sighting, most times, there are literally 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20 vehicles in that sighting. If you were surrounded by that many vehicles, you had no escape route because every single person wants to get the best sight of you and the best shot of you. Are you not also going to lose your mind a little bit and then just shove a vehicle out of the way? And I know I'm making light of it now in that regard, but so many times, whilst I was actively guiding, we would be in a sighting. And some of my colleagues, and this didn't happen all the time, but every now and again, you would have someone that feel a lot of pressure to need to impress their guests. So they get as close as possible. They almost want to count the eyelashes on the leopard or the spots, or I don't know, the rosettes, whatever the case is. And you see that animal getting agitated. And as I say, and I constantly say this, there is no such thing as the animal just attacked me. No such thing. Alrighty, well, I'm going to let you ponder on that. Let me know what you think about these sort of situations that we often encounter, and let's have a difficult discussion. You know, it's not too often that, but it's definitely necessary. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Steve and his very peaceful lions.
Well, some animals are moving on the other side of the airstrip. Their instinct knows that there's something here, but they haven't seen or smelt anything. But the sun is out now. It's nice and warm. It's a good opportunity for them to move. I wonder if we could close that communications channel. That would be amazing. The zebras have come from Twassa watering hole potentially. They're now going to be moving towards their feeding grounds, or they're heading towards the quarry. It's hard to say, but our lionesses sat up and were like, maybe. But everyone, so Baba Creda Mutwa was the late Baba Creda Mutwa, a fantastic South African author, South African man of Zulu origin, I believe, who wrote many stories of wildlife and many other things, many books. Really helps one to connect with a lot of African stuff, African culture and traditions. And a friend of mine, David, carries this book around with him all the time and always reads it on our walks and our men's trails, and we find ourselves around the fire. And I thought maybe, seeing as we're sitting with some lions, we might read the praise song to the lion written by the late Baba Creda Mutwa. Ngunyama, lion lord of the forests, creature that puzzled our forefathers who did not know what to make of you. And they called you Ngunyama, the creature with two fleshes. They called you Ngunyama, the creature of two shapes. They said your tail was the tail of the bull of the skies, of the bull of the heavens. They said your mane was that of the great baboon of the wilds. They said that your head was nobler than that of Ingwe, the leopard. They said you were three animals in one, like God omnipotent on high. Ngunyama, symbol of the kings of the Zulu people. Ngunyama, thunder of the valleys, you whose roar frightens the dreams out of the heads of sleeping warriors. Ngunyama, you whose footprint is never erased by the passing winds. Ngunyama, where your roar is heard, there is life to be found. Ngunyama, where you are smelt, there is no evil. And where you are heard, there is no ill. And where you are seen, there is no fear. Ngunyama, long may you walk the plains of this land. Bayeti. It's a beautiful, beautiful praise song to the lions. I think it's all quite self-explanatory. But like the hippo, in many African cultures, the lion was believed to be made up of more than one animal. So it was believed that the lion was not an absolute carnivore, but that it has the gentle characteristics of a herbivore. And anyone who has encountered lions up close, will agree with this strange belief. They always move away from people, generally. It's the fact that we have encroached into their territories with livestock and animals that we need to look after, that the lion has become our competition on the African plains. And unfortunately, that's what's led to their persecution. Unfortunately, except for places like open systems like the Masai Mara, where lions seem to get on okay, it's still livestock that brings lions into conflict with humans. And how do you change that direct hunting need or desire of a lion to catch what looks like a buffalo, a very slow-moving, docile buffalo, in the form of a cow? So it has led to the fact that unless there are conservation areas or protected areas, lions don't exist outside. Unlike the leopard that's able to exist outside and be very adaptable to the presence of humans and sort of get by, lions just aren't. They just aren't. They're much easier to find, much easier to track down, and their behavior does leave behind a trail of dead animals, which often incurs the wrath of community. So human-wildlife conflict on the African continent with regards to animals like lions has been severe in the past, and it's for conservation areas that we are seeing healthy populations of lions, but their range and their expansion that would have been quite dramatically different many, many years ago. And the conservation of these large predators is so important. I don't really have too much to comment on what Lisa's been talking about. I think the highlighted point about that whole tiger loose in Johannesburg story, don't really want to get into it personally, but it's just the laws behind people owning animals like that. It needs to be very, very, it needs to be stamped down on. Having a tiger as a pet, it just doesn't really make sense. But I reckon that conversation really has the potential to open up a huge can of worms, which I'm going to bow down from today while we enjoy these wild lions here in Madikwe Game Reserve. Olivia, I think most individual species that don't understand something fear it. We fear a lot of things. I think the first time we saw fire, we feared it. But we're able to control it and manipulate it. We understand it. Wildlife move away from smoke. They would move away from fire. It makes a noise, it crackles, it's dangerous, it's destructive. So I think most wildlife have an understanding of its destructive force, and they move away. Whether that means fearful is hard for me to say. I can't really speak into the lion's fear. Healthy respect, perhaps. I mean, fires out here don't just happen. They sort of come in a wave from far, and animals will hear them and smell it, and they'll move away. Those that don't survive. And then their genetic code is lost with them. So this system is being driven by fire. So the fire was here with the wind and the rain before the lions came. So the lions have as much understanding of the rain as they do of the fire. And I think they just resign themselves to what they are and just get on with it. I don't think they overthink it. If that makes any sense. Roger, you want to know about territory markings, lions? Well, scent marking along boundary posts is quite common. Urine spraying, you see the males doing it. They go on long territorial walks and they rub their face and they urine spray back into the tree, very similar to what we see leopards doing. And then every time lions interact with other lions or with hyenas, they'll also scratch the ground and urinate as a sort of show of defiance. And that's a sort of immediate indication of this is my space. But that's an interspecies thing. So it's not necessarily territory, because territory is generally regarded as one species against itself, against another of the same species. And then when it comes to calling is an enormously important advertising element to a lion's territory about occupation, presence, whereabouts they are, and allows for time sharing. We often find prides overlapping in zones that we would say aren't really there, but in the wet season those territorial boundaries aren't really the same as they are in the dry season. In the dry season, securing a food resource becomes paramount. And so territorial boundaries become a lot more firmer, and physicality between prides is avoided by being strictly defensive of a boundary. And the calling element, I'm just looking where this female's looking, the calling element can help them to avoid each other, because otherwise conflict leads to injury, and they really don't want to fight with each other. They will, but they don't want to. It can lead to incredible amounts of pain and suffering and injury and, well, even loss of life. Just like that, you change the depth of the camera and that lioness is gone. Now I'm just looking at her because she's looking off to our right hand side. It's unlikely that an animal's going to walk from that direction because the wind is coming from there. I don't know of any herbivore prey animal that walks with the wind behind it. Not generally. Unless water's right there. I don't know. Not something you see often. You often see them walking into the wind so as to be able to determine if anything is in their path. Namely, some lions. So possible that the wind is moving something, but then in saying that, lions have got, oh no, she's done. There you go. There you go. I think it might be my soothing voice, Rian. What do you think? Should we be so kind as to offer this young lady a pillow? there's the second youngster that actually moved around Mum as she was getting a little bit more sun on her body. Okay, well, we're going to stay with our 2 lions, or there were 4, who knows, and send you back down to Lisa, who's now on the Juba Dam Cam.
Thank you, Steve. We have got some more elephants. It's a cow and a calf, and they actually just took a stroll through Gowrie Dam. It was very special to see. The youngster sort of wanted to hold mommy's tail, which was super, super special. But of course, they left the waterhole, and now they are just getting some snacks. Something about this tree smells very interesting, apparently.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
And of course, in the background, we can hear the greenback Cameroptera, the tweet, 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 taking pictures. Right above the dam cam, we can hear the red-billed buffalo weavers. Every now and again, we hear the woodlands kingfisher, as always. And if you listen closely, you can also hear an orange-breasted bushshrike that which really, oh man, this just makes my day. Because even if there are no animals around in terms of big mammals, there's always beautiful bird life, insects, everything around to listen to. So the elephants are truly just a massive bonus. Alrighty, I'm going to continue watching these beauties. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Rolf and Morgan so they can say good morning.
Well, hello everyone and welcome to the beautiful but very hot Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. It is a scorcher of a day. We've been out looking for the 3 Amigo cheetah, and my feeling is with this heat they're off in the shade, under a thicket, probably just panting, trying to keep cool. We're doing exactly the same thing. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Morgan. Guten Morgen, and Guten Morgen to all of you once again. Well, I hope it's not as hot where you are as where we are, because I can tell you what, it's probably in the upper 30s already. So, as I said, we had an unsuccessful search for the cheetah, and then we've decided to maybe go and look for some elephants. They might be down at the water having a drink. Who knows? If we're lucky, that's exactly what we might find. The other animals, as we've passed them, everybody trying to get a little bit of shade, trying to cool off. We are in the midst of a heat wave across this general region of South Africa, in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape as well. So it's all in the regions of 40 plus centigrade. And so the animals obviously conserving energy and trying to keep cool. We are filling up with the fluids, we're drinking lots of water, but it's not making the game viewing very easy. So my feeling is that our best chance is to go and try and find some elephants that are cooling off with some water around the water holes. The lions were found this morning where they've been in the general vicinity, down deep in the thickets as well. They have been staying there right through this heat wave, and so very difficult sightings and not easy for us to spot them. As it does start cooling down towards the weekend, that's going to be a wonderful opportunity for us then to go and see lots of these animals, because I think after this period of inactivity, I think there will be lots more activity as soon as the mercury starts to drop. So we do have a negative with it being very hot. There's little activity, but the positive is after that heat has dissipated, there might be more activity than usual. We spent a wonderful afternoon, however, yesterday with the cheetah, following them. They were unsuccessful in at least 3 attempts of chases, and they seem to be a little bit over-optimistic, chasing giraffe adults as well as zebra. Then they went for impala, which was their best opportunity that we saw, but they didn't seem to have their team gelling very well. So the 3 of them split up and went for different impala, whereas if they focused their attention on one, they probably would have taken it down. Anyway, they're learning as they go. And so are we with us watching them. They're in back in the area where when I first came to Amakhala on this stint, they were hanging around. So it's lovely on the western side, and it's nice and easy to find them generally, except when it's hot like this and they go and lie deep inside the thickets. They become almost invisible inside there. So not the easiest for now. But that's the ways of the wild, and that's why this is so interesting, is because everything that you see is live, and so nothing is pre-recorded, and whatever we are seeing currently is probably about 3 seconds or to 8 or 10 seconds delay, and you're seeing it immediately after. That's it. So we just need to keep looking around and seeing what else we can find. With my experience, I think our best opportunity with this heat is to go and look for elephants. So that's exactly what we're going to do. But I am listening to the radio. There's some other guides that are out looking for the cheetahs. So if they pick them up, I've got my radio on and I'll hear that, and then we can go on over and see if we can catch up with them as well. But for now, I think we'll have to go looking for elephants. Anyway, we're also hearing the constant call of the cicadas, or the Christmas beetle, as we say, and the hotter it gets, generally, I find, the more they seem to call, making that stridulation body noise that is very typical of a cicada. There's not much else making any sounds, except for the odd passing vehicle, which there goes one. Natalie, strange you should ask that. Yesterday, with it also being so hot, I think today we're going to be slightly hotter than yesterday. Generally, in this part of the Eastern Cape, it doesn't get this hot, consistently. It sort of comes in waves. And generally, we've got the wind coming off the ocean, and it does sort of give that cooling relief. But with these last few days, this is exceptional heat, and we're not getting that cooling relief from the ocean breeze. So yes, the animals can suffer, especially when you have this out of the ordinary hot temperatures. It can happen the same with cold temperatures as well. And yesterday we found a little dead warthog piglet that had no other injuries to it or anything, and I think it had succumbed to the heat. Maybe the mother had been away from it a little while, or it didn't get enough drink from her, and with the heat added to that, it just perished. So today we might even see some more little creatures. It's normally the youngsters and the smaller antelope that really suffer in this kind of change of temperature that's not the norm or the average. And they're the ones that are more susceptible to the kinds of heat that we're being exposed to right now. So, yes, the animals can succumb to that, both extreme heat and extreme cold, especially when it's over an extended period of time. And, 3-4 days is a rather extended period. And so, yeah, you can have some mortalities around that time, which is what we've seen. Little bit of cloud cover, so maybe it will block the sun a little bit and it will cool us off somewhat. There is, however, a lot of humidity as well, coupled with the heat. There was a little bit of a splashing of rain last night too, which didn't result in any cooling off. It's just added to the humidity that we're feeling right now. But maybe the wind will pick up as we go along. And hopefully it's going to be an easterly breeze, not coming in from the west, which will be coming off and over from the Karoo, which will make it even hotter. And then it's difficult almost to breathe. So just imagine that kind of environment that we're sitting in. It's a rather sweaty situation. So when we do drive, at least we do get a little bit of that breeze, and it helps somewhat. But other than that, you can see out in the plains as well, it's pretty devoid of life. There's no animals out in the open. Everybody's sort of seeking water, seeking shade, and waiting it out until later on this evening when it cools off, and then you'll probably find a lot more activity. We've seen some of the reptiles. They're probably the only ones that are quite good in this kind of temperature. Rob, I'm not sure of any animals that do particularly migrate because of the heat and trying to get away from it. It's over rather quite a big area. Obviously difficult now, obviously, with the barriers that we put on the animals, with fence lines, etc. So, on a reserve like this, you can find these on small scale. The animals do migrate. What they do is migrate to the shade. But we don't see them migrating over from the total western side to the eastern side. Sometimes the elephants can do that, but they move off into the valleys. They go and find the river lines and the cool areas where there's also food for them and water. So that's what they can do sometimes. We do find the elephants move around the rains, they do then shift from the west to the east, or the east back to the west. So I think it's mainly with the elephants. They're the ones that migrate the most according to the conditions, the rain, and the temperatures and the seasons as well, moving between the different plants that are occurrent. On the western side, it's very sandy. It's almost more Karoo-like here on Amakhala. And on the eastern side, it's more that typical Eastern Cape subtropical type vegetation, as well as underlying soil and geology. So we've got a little bit of a split here in the reserve, from the west being more Karoo and the east being more typical, like that Eastern Cape. So that's where I think the elephants are the ones most relevant with migration across the reserve. Smaller animals as well, they're not, they're sort of territorial. Most territorial animals will stay within the area that they've established as their territory. So it's the non-territorial animals that could partake in a bit of migration. So this kind of lovely vegetation that you're looking at there, sweet thorn, the Vachellia now, was the acacia previously. This kind of thicket, and these are pioneer plants, they can very quickly establish themselves in an area, and especially where there has been sort of disturbance of the particular ground where you find them, and they will pop up, and they're the ones that sort of first come up. They grow very quickly, and they do assist in re-establishing disturbed areas. And for instance, in this particular part, this would have been cleared for grazing, for cattle, for sheep, etc., because it's not the natural, real Eastern Cape Albany thicket, the biome that we find ourselves in, when it's very cleared and open, like we find some of these areas. These sweet thorns are re-establishing this area, as we've now, well, the management of Amakhala have now, returned it back to wilderness areas. So these are the first trees that come up. And they will then pop up all over the place. They're very thorny, and then it allows more bushes to grow around them. Lots of birds will land on them, come and feed a little bit on the flowers, etc. The monkeys might climb in them. They've eaten, both those animals have eaten lots of fruits and seeds, and they defecate off the tree. And then we have lots and lots of other bushes growing in and out of the sweet thorn itself. So in so doing, it starts that succession of returning back to the original Albany thicket type biome. And over the next 100 years or so, if left as currently conserved as a wilderness area, you'll find that it will return back to that original thicket, aided and abetted by the sweet thorn. So for now, not too much in the way of life, other than the vegetation that we're seeing in this landscape. The birds are probably also sticking up in the thickets. There's not a single call that I can hear, apart from the cicadas or the Christmas beetles. No birds, no animals, and the hotter it gets, the less we might hear, and the louder the cicada might become. The odd butterfly flitting past. So I think it's time that we go down to the water hole or holes and go and look in the thickets, see if we can catch up with those pachyderms, the wonderful elephants that I call my friends. Anyway, while you give us a chance to go and see if we can find any life, let's head you on over to Lisa, who it seems has found at least some of her own.
Thank you, Rolf. No elephants yet in Okokoyo. Our Ellies in Djuma have taken off. And I suspect, I don't know, but I think it might be a bit more quiet today in Okokoyo. As I say, yesterday afternoon we had quite a severe storm. And I do see the springbok slowly starting to emerge again from the tree line. But no other animals yet. So we will have a look-see definitely. As always, our Egyptian geese are sticking around. You can see far off in the tree line, there's a little bit of movement. Those are the springboks, so they are slowly coming out again for the greener grass. And I do believe with the rain we did have yesterday, it wasn't a very long storm. It didn't dure all that long. But hopefully, that will definitely change the landscape and the vegetation and all of that. Now, if it's all right with you, I do want to get back to our discussion. Now, one thing I want to make clear before we continue this discussion, as I say, I don't have enough knowledge for myself. I've read several articles on this whole incident. So I don't know what the exact situation was. I do, however, want to point out that they did try to lure the animal first with bait back into her enclosure and then, sort of dart her and take her from there, which obviously didn't happen. But that being said, it's a very difficult situation. And again, it comes back to accountability and responsibility for us as humans. I think when we take on things like this, and I'm not just referring to this tiger, it's just something I really got thinking about this morning, is accountability and responsibility for us as humans. And we often talk about this, I love discussing this, and it's a difficult discussion to have. And people are people, and we will always differ from one another. We all have our own opinions, and we are definitely entitled to our own opinions. However, I want to use a very silly example. My godfather, well, he's not really my godfather, but my father's best friend. I remember when I was very young, he had a husky and he had an African grey parrot. And unfortunately, the one day, the African grey parrot got out of the enclosure. And what did the husky do? Let me take out this African grey parrot. And I know I say that very lightly. It was very horrible. If you've ever had any of your pets do that to one another, it is not fun to even think about, much less talk about. But that being said, and I actually had a massive argument with him as well. My father and I discussed this the other day again, and he said, yes, but that husky was horrible. She was so naughty, and she had a very strange attitude, etc., etc. And I said, yes. But did he or did he not know the risks when taking on both of those animals? And the same goes for anyone and everyone across the globe, not just in Africa. Anyone that takes on a pet, anyone that takes on, wild animal to rehabilitate them, there are so many risks you are taking in doing that. And again, it just boils down to research. Definitely do your research when you are adopting a pet, when you are getting involved, or when you are even visiting a center that, do have wild animals in captivity. And please do not get me wrong. I've worked at rehabilitation centers with animals in captivity. But one thing I can tell you is I did my research before getting involved there. Because as I say, so many places, just do this thing of, all right, well, we're human beings. Let's get a permit and take on an animal. And if something like that happens, did you really think it through before entering into that thing? And again, I have no idea what the circumstances are, what the situation was. I realize it was a very difficult decision for the owners to, have to allow the euthanization. But again, another silly example. So my one sister has a chinchilla cat, not the monkey, the cat. And she's an adorable little thing. Tiny, fluffy, white little thing. She's got the most innocent eyes and everything. And the one day I was playing with her and she sort of gave me a warning and I kept on annoying her. I knew I annoyed her. And she actually scratched open the whole of my palm. Like my whole palm had this massive scar on it. It still actually does, from my pinky finger all the way down to my palm. Initially I was so shocked and I was so irritated with a silly cat. How dare she scratch me? Number one, I looked for it. I know for a fact I was wrong in that instance. Number two, yes, she's a domestic animal, but she's still an animal. And we have to bear in mind all animals. Whether it's your cat at home, whether it's a lion on safari that you're viewing, whether it is a penguin on the beach, all of these animals have instincts. And they all will do what they feel necessary in that moment to do, to survive or to escape or to protect themselves. And it really just, I don't know, it sort of really breaks my heart when I do get to talking about this. Because it's, as I say, we don't take enough responsibility and accountability as human beings. And I do want to mention one thing. Of course, many of you know I worked at Disney in Florida. And ever since I was a child, I've wanted to do everything from hairdresser to teaching to fashion to architect, everything. You name it, I've probably wanted to do it. And when I initially, started working at Disney, this one day I just had an epiphany and it was like a moment. And I have to say that is the one thing that I love about Wild Earth as well, because there's so many comparisons with the two conglomerates. But of course, we are being entertained while we can be educated simultaneously. And as I say, it's not just us as naturalists that are perhaps educating you. I promise you, there's something I learn from all of you every single day. And that is the moment that I realized I have to do as much as I can for animals. And as I say, you don't actively have to go and volunteer at the SPCA or at a zoo or wherever you feel it's necessary. If you can, please do. But we need to start educating ourselves. We need to start researching about places, and we need to start having these difficult discussions. Because what are we doing as humans to take accountability and responsibility for the animals that do not have a voice? Why does it always have to be something so radical and so huge that happens before we sort of say, okay, well, this is happening. It's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. And again, please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, yes, just let the tiger live. Woohoo! Do whatever you want in civilization. Not at all the case. I'm just saying there are so many options that we can give animals, but instead of doing that, we are constantly putting our own needs and desires first.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Michelle, oh, you've always got the best comments. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. But I do want to say, I'm not talking about this just to sound great. Of course, it's easy for me to sit in a studio busy monitoring the dam cams and just have an absolute rant about this. But as I say, it is so important for us to start having these discussions. Not just because of this that happened, but, these sort of things happen every single day. As I say, in Kruger, of course, that gorilla, I remember his name was Harambe, in the US, because that kid fell in its enclosure, and of course the gorilla got put down. It's a very difficult thing to discuss, and I know it's not always something people want to discuss, because there are so many opinions around these sort of things. And it will always go both ways. As I say, this morning I literally had this massive fight with myself, and I thought, Lisa, just put yourself in the shoes of that civilian that got attacked. What if it had been you? Or what if it was your husband? Or whatever the case is. And of course that does make things difficult. But again, what accountability and responsibility are we taking? And I know it's so easy for us to say, okay, well, I wasn't personally involved, so I don't have to discuss this. But at the end of the day, we are all interconnected, whether we want to be or not, we are. And especially for us as wildlife enthusiasts, these are the discussions we should be having. Not just, when we have these wonderful sightings and discussing the anatomy and the biology of these wonderful animals and the interactions they have. That, of course, is super important, yes. But I think from time to time we should just sit down and talk about what's important. Earlier this year, last year, we had a massive thing in South Africa, unfortunately, as well, regarding pit bulls and dogs or dog breeds that are considered very, very dangerous, especially to have your kids around. Again, I was not involved personally, so this is not a personal attack. I'm just trying to get us all on a level where we can sort of discuss these things. Because animals are animals. Animals did not ask to be here. If you buy a puppy, that puppy didn't ask to be in your house. If you visit Kruger, that elephant didn't ask you to come there. And what I was mentioning earlier on, there's no such thing as the animal just attacked me. I've been on many safaris. I've been on a safari when I actually just started guiding. One of the guides got way too close to a rhino bull. And I actually went on the radio. I just started as a guide, so I don't want to say anything because I don't want to offend someone. I was a very, very soft person way back. And I said to him, I'm so sorry. I don't think you should go that close. And this guy had an absolute rant at me on the radio. Don't you tell me what I should and shouldn't be doing. And what had happened was that rhino decided, you know what, all right. So he literally charged the vehicle, put his horn through the wheel of a Land Cruiser, and he disabled that whole vehicle. He took the whole wheel off. But apparently I was wrong, because what do I know? But anyway, I'm going to send you over to Steve, because apparently his kitty cats are now active.
Well, thanks, Lisa. Not much has changed on the Madikwe front, apart from another plane is on its way down. Flew over a moment ago, clearly to buzz the runway. There was probably some animals on the airstrip, so we do apologize if you do hear an airplane shortly. I don't foresee it causing the lions any stress. We've already had a plane flying right past them. We were on the airstrip this morning with the lions, and the plane went past and they had more interest in the plane than fear. What is this big thing? Can I eat it? Can I eat it? The answer is no. Nancy, some people say as far as 8 kilometers away. Depends on the time of the day. You know, we often find lions calling normally in the night or in the early morning when the air pressure is at a much lower sort of density. And that generally allows for the call to go much further. You can hear the plane has landed. Lion's reaction was 0. Just like these vehicles, the lions have come to understand these planes and vehicles haven't chased them through the landscape for eons like man. There's no negative reinforcement. If they move out of the way, that generally everything is fine and nothing comes back to bite them, so to speak. That's a good question, Noah. It's very possible animals could have birthmarks. Bearing in mind most of the animals we see are covered in hair, so it'd be hard to see those birthmarks. But I don't know. Only the pachyderms really we notice without huge abundance of fur on them, and maybe the warthogs. I haven't noticed anything quite like that, quite like a human birthmark. See us going around now and shaving every lion to see if they've got birthmarks, Rian. Are you up for that?
No, thank you.
Rian's not keen. I don't know why. Why are you not keen, Rian? It sounds like a hoot. Sounds like a hoot. Flies have been all over this lioness's face the whole time we've been here. Poor girl. They're not bothering her too much though. The biggest concern is that those same flies are then coming and landing on my face. Yeah. I know Steph, who has worked for Wild Earth for a long time, he's got a massive dislike for flies for exactly that reason. They go and sit on some animal's poo and then come sit on your face. What's she pulling there? Oh, she's got a... Standing by, Tristan. Yeah, you're most welcome. Visuals about 2 out of 5, but they're just here in the shade. Space for 2. Okay, so the guests who've just landed on the plane, their guide obviously knows that we're here. What a way to land in Madikwe. Let me just quickly come and see your lions, and then we'll take you back to the lodge for a nice brunch, shall we? Yes. What a way to start. Anyway, you might hear a vehicle in a moment. It's coming to show his guests that there are lions indeed on Madikwe. Victoria lions have got incredibly powerful bites. Bites are not only designed to render animals unconscious through their breathing, but rip the flesh from very tough animals. So I couldn't give you an exact measurement of the bite force of a lion, but I can assure you it's very painful. If you've ever been bitten by a domestic cat ranges in the region of about 4 kilograms to maybe 10 kilograms. Now take that bite force and scale it up to an animal of the region of 120 to 200 kilograms. It is painful. Bone-breakingly painful, obviously not the biggest bones. That's where the bite force of the hyena comes in. So I've no doubt that our guests at home would love to know what it feels like to fly into Madikwe and see lions straight away. Is that rather special? I see lots of smiles there, lots of smiles, and shock horror, I am in the African wilderness now. In the heat, yes. In the heat. What a way to start your African safari off the plane. Guide rushes you into a pride of lions. Thankfully, it's so hot that they're not doing much, but home soon for a nice cocktail by the pool. Sounds quite nice, Ariane. Cold cocktail by the pool. Cheers. So a guest that's flown in, been picked up by one of the Jackie's Safari Lodge guides by the name of Tristan. They're going to zoom on back to camp for a nice wet towel, wipe their face, fresh cold drink, and then checked into a suite with air conditioning and access to a swimming pool. Rian is just nodding his head in a knowing grimace or smile. I'm not quite sure what that look was, but what a way. But it's fine. We are here with lions, and it is not a very hot day, so we shall endeavor to continue bringing you wonderful scenes of wildlife from Madikwe up here in the northwest of South Africa, where the sun almost never stops shining. We have some more guides coming in to have a look. Our lions sleeping in the shade. It is definitely a time of day when you can assume they'll be in the same place. They actually have got a vehicle laden with baggage, so they're on their way out. And they were with us this morning. They had great views of the lions this morning. And with this camera, you can get good views of lions in the shade doing that. But from a photographic point of view, guest expectation point of view, this isn't a time of day I would bring guests out to photograph lions. Most certainly the two best times, in the early morning when they're more active, and in the afternoon. Now, the monkey thorn, which is this tree that has been stealing the show in front of our lion this entire time, also known as Acacia galpinii. I will still call them acacia. I'm against the changing in those names. You can do whatever you like to me. I'm not going to change them. Icaria means to bear thorns, and none of the Australian acacias have got a single sharp element to them. My piece has been said. So, this is the galpinii, the monkey thorn. And as with all acacias, it's part of the legume family. And I use that often. I talk about legumes, and some people might think, but why do you keep talking about legumes? Legumes generally are characterized by a plant that produces some form of a bean-like pod, and they are nitrogen-fixing trees. So they're able to, with a symbiotic relationship with mycorrhizal bacteria, which inhabit and grow on the roots of the plant, they're able to fix atmospheric nitrogen out of the air. The only other way of fixing nitrogen is through lightning, which takes nitrogen gas and fixes it into stable and storable and usable nitrites, which are then plant absorbable, and which is the most important element in plant growth. So nitrogen-fixing bacteria and legumes, they all have a relationship with legumes. All legumes have a relationship with nitrogen-fixing bacteria. Enables them to create their own nutrients in the soil, which benefits the plants around them. Not just some lions in the shade, but any vegetation growing in and around these legume plants will be benefited. Lulu, have I ever had an interesting encounter with a lion? Never in my life. Not once. Lulu, I've had quite a few encounters with lions. Lions are very special animals, and I've tracked many in my life. I've been charged by a few, and I've had many run away from me. Some of them more interesting than others, and some quite detailed and lengthy. But I suppose if it's a story you want, it's a story you shall get, and I will regale a story of when I was once upon a time a much younger gentleman, far less experienced than I have today, and still very keen, very, very keen and willing. And I was working in the Kruger National Park as a conservation officer for the luxurious Singita properties. They had trained me at the same time to be a guide, so I was a fully fledged walking safari guide who did conservation duties and field assessments and conservation work. So I used to drive around, coming out normally towards the end of Game Drive, listening to the Game Drive channel, and I'd always try and avoid where all the vehicles were, because you don't want to bump into vehicles. You don't want everybody to feel like they're on their own unique safari. And I'd heard where the lions, the mountain pride, had been found. I knew where that area was. I was like, that's great. I'm doing a survey on this other area up in the mountains. I can't remember the name. I think it was called Nyoken Road. And so I'd parked my car And I was at this point also coming into my own with regards to tracking and learning how tracks work. I can't remember what my purpose was that day of what survey I was doing, but I came across lion tracks. And now I was very far from, there's an impala that just ran straight across behind there. And that little fellow, it's a little youngster, did you see it? Just ran behind that tall tree. So there, it's gone. No chance. It's like, it's a little baby. This could end badly for the baby because it seems to be confused and lost. I shall return to my story in a moment if these lions don't pick up on it, or if the impala I deem to be out of shot. Here it is here. It's just a little youngster that's lost mum, and you are asking for trouble, little one. Now the lions have absolutely no clue about that little hors d'oeuvre, so we shall endeavour. Okay, Lulu, so I can't remember my purpose of being out that morning, but I was out and about, and I had a rifle because, I was trained to be a qualified walking safari trails guide by this point, and I was doing surveys in the field that required me to walk, and I was often by myself, and legal requirements require generally walking with a high caliber rifle so as to protect oneself. So I found tracks of lions, and I thought to myself, let me test my mettle. I've got all day to do whatever it is I needed to do. So I started tracking these lions, and it was hot. It was about this time of day. I'd been walking for some time. I'd probably been tracking them for about an hour, maybe 2 hours, getting really excited with myself because I kept tracking, losing, refinding, and you get this sort of excitement developing. I was walking along this section where the tracks were, and out of nowhere, bush similar to this one, except the bush was a bush willow, so it was a little bit more shady. 2 lionesses came out of that bush at a rate of knots, making noises that it's very hard to comprehend or imitate. And they came charging at me at full kilter, and my rifle automatically went to my shoulder. I stood very still. I shouted some pretty rude words, and both lionesses understood my rude language and turned and went back to the shade of their tree. At this point, my heart was racing. I don't know, maybe 10 meters from me when they stopped, maybe 15. It's hard to remember the exact details. I just recall that I became very present, very aware of my body, of my feet, of my heart rate, of the fact that I was all alone, and that I had stood down these 2 lionesses, which in my opinion are more formidable than the males. The males are much more shy. Not many people can talk about an incident of a male lion physically charging them as the plane starts to increase in its volume and destroy my story. And so I then had to change my course, and I had to do a huge loop around and back. And at this point, the doubt starts to creep in about, there's more lions. By this point where I found them, I was nowhere near where they'd been found. So this is an offshoot of that pride. So that just 2 had stayed behind. Maybe they'd been in a smaller kill and the rest had moved off. And so that was a very interesting story. Very interesting story. And I finally got back to the vehicle. It took me some time. And moments like that on your own are very, very special. Very, very special to remember, to think back on. And the question many of you are asking, no, I didn't need to change any shorts. Everything was still good. Through the training to get to that qualification, you actually need to walk into lions. You have to show your supervisor that you know what to do if you do walk into them, and he is very willing to hold you so that you don't run or turn your shoulder, because the worst thing you can do if a lion charges you is turn your shoulder or run away, because what that's going to do is invoke that animal to charge, to basically turn into the flee and flight and chase response. So you have to stand your ground, you have to be strong, you have to be firm and loud. And it doesn't really matter what you say, but quite often what you say tends to offend people if they don't like strong language. Apologize for the plane. It's taking off now. Heather, it was a life-changing moment. I think with most encounters in the bush, each one afterwards you drop right back into the present, and it's one of the reasons I do a lot of the work that I do with people on foot. Cape Turtle Dove is how... Just hold on a second. And we get left with the silence. So that's why I enjoy doing the work that I do, the moments that people are able to drop into that space, that deep space of self-reflection, and you start thinking of the priorities in your life. You start thinking about what you're truly, truly grateful for.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
On to the encounter I had with the lions was that they were sleeping in the shade and I didn't see them. Walking along, they are completely invisible underneath a shady tree, And it's not like there was a lot of thicket there. It was one bush with quite a big gap and perfect tracks going towards it that I was following. And they'd probably given me some form of a warning before the charge, but I hadn't seen it. I hadn't heard the growl. Maybe it was the crunching of my feet on the floor or my inexperience at the time. But it leads to the question of awareness, of situational awareness, and it's not the first time that I've bumped lions like that, and it probably won't be the last time. Most certainly won't be the last time. But the importance of standing one's ground, I suppose, is a nice life lesson, you know. Be firm and stand tall in anything that comes your way. Have confidence in yourself and don't turn your back and don't shirk from it. Take it on head on. And the preparation we can lead into that is be prepared for every situation. And if something surprises you, have the confidence to back yourself. There's huge power in confidence. Huge power. So I hope you enjoyed my story of a long time ago. That would be 2007, I recall. That would have been. Maybe 8, probably 2007. And I can tell you that the tracking and finding of lions and leopards on foot still gives me enormous adrenaline rush. Every time I feel, I high-five myself, I high-five anybody that I see nearby. There's a huge accomplishment behind it. And there's just the feeling that you get. You find the lions, okay, wow. But there's an achievement of that tracking and moving and following and flowing. Especially when animals are moving and hunting, it becomes a bit tricky, but enormous satisfaction in the ability to track them down. Okay, so I didn't quite hear that link, but I think I'm sending you to somebody with a hippo.
So, Steve, talking about life lessons, the lessons that I've learned while I've been guiding is that you need to start thinking like an animal. And very often, the way that we feel is the way that the animals feel as well. So we've been, myself and Morgan, been feeling very thirsty. So we thought, well, the animals must be feeling exactly the same. So that's what we've used to come down to the waterhole, because we believe, and I think, that the animals are going to be down here quenching their thirst. And we came down to the Hippo Hide at the Hlorsi Lodge, which is a fantastic lodge. It's awesome. And guess what? This is where lots of the animals are. We've been driving around for quite a long time, seeing little to nothing. But here, when we arrived, there was some buffalo just as we were setting up. They moved off a little bit. They might come back down. But we've got the hippos in the water, and we've got a lovely herd of waterbuck that are coming down. This looks like a little harem with a bull that has got humongous horns. He is an absolute beast. Look at that. Now, these waterbuck are obviously a little bit nervous because of the hippos in the water itself. And the hippos sort of, they're also trying to be a little bit territorial over their waterhole. And when it's very hot like this, lots of animals are going to come down and drink. And you often find the hippos sort of feeling a little bit claustrophobic when that happens. And then it does make the animals a bit nervous as well. So you see there just movement around from the hippos, just making these waterbuck a bit nervous of what's in the water. They're not quite sure if it's safe to drink. But looks like the big bull, waterbuck, is assuring them that they must go down and drink. Justine, yeah, I think we've hit the jackpot. It was good planning and a little bit of luck, but they say that the more you practice, the luckier you get. So on a hot day like this, head to the waterhole. That's where you're going to see more action than if you drive around and try and see the animals where they might frequent when it's nice and cool. The waterhole's the place to be when it's a hot day like this. So we've got birds calling, there's hippos in the water, there's waterbuck wanting to come down. There were some giraffe that also wanted to come down for a drink, but it seems there's too much activity in the water. They got a little bit scared and walked off. As their nature is, they're very nervous animals. They take a long time to get down to the waterhole at the best of times, but when it's busy, they seem to take a back seat and let everybody else drink. There's a giraffe coming in the background. He's sort of walking up and down, I think, trying to see when he might get a gap and come down for a sip himself. Zigzagging in the back there. He's been up and down. He wants to come and drink, but he's just a bit nervous. Well, Zoe, as you ask that question, a very talented Morgan on the camera is showing you the baby right now. It's just gone under the water, but they're safe and sound next to Mom. It's grown a lot since I've seen it last, and looks like it's doing very, very well. So there's your update on the little hippo, happy and healthy with Mom. The steely eyes of a hippo. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. They're probably the most comfortable of all the animals right now, nice in their cool water bath. I feel like I want to do the same, but I won't be doing it with them. So hippos, as we know, they generally stay pretty much most of the day in the water, and they'll come out at night to feed. So Dana, they do have reasonably big lungs, relative to the size of their body. They can hold their breath for up to about 10 minutes. A little baby like that, when they're first born, it's about 30 seconds to a minute that they can hold their breath. But this one has grown a bit now. It's in the regions of about 6 months old, I think. Is it that much?
When were we here?
August, I think, when we saw it for the first time. So it's about 6 months, yeah. Morgan and I concur. So about 6 months of age, I would say that, you know, they grow extremely quickly. And the capacity of that little one, maybe it's about 3 or 4 minutes now. So it can hold its breath for a lot longer than it would have when it was first born. But lovely to see how big it's got, and it's doing so well. So they will come out at night to graze. They're purely vegetarian. They don't feed on meat at all. And they're a little bit different to your traditional hindgut fermenters. They're actually a foregut fermenter. So they're almost on their own. And their closest relatives are whales. So there's a lot to be said about the link that hippos potentially are between the land and the water mammals. And in terms of whales, versus elephants, for instance, and they seem to be somewhere in between. They live pretty much a dual life, land and water. During the day, doing exactly what they're doing now, and at night, out on the land grazing. So, and the cheetah have also come down to drink here in the last few days, so who knows? We might be lucky. So Molly, those small little ears on the hippo just aids them in not having a lot of water go down into the ear ducts themselves. So it just sort of closes off the potential for ear infections, etc. We even find as humans that the longer you spend in the water, such as myself, a lot of people spend a lot more time in the water than I do, but even with the amount of time I spend surfing and so on, and swimming, etc., where I live in Port Alfred, it's one of our pastimes, that's our hobby, but the longer you spend in the water, even as a human, the more your body starts preparing yourself for life in the water. And this leads to cartilage that starts to grow over on the inside of your ear. And I actually need to go to the doctor regularly to have my ears flushed. And they've said that eventually I'll actually have to have that cartilage cut out and removed. It's called swimmer's ear or surfer's ear. And that is your body naturally just blocking off the water from going in and getting trapped within your ear duct. So, and eventually, if the water does get trapped there, you'll end up with infections, etc. And so it's very similar with the hippos. They make those openings very small. They still want to be able to hear, but they don't want too much water going in and getting trapped in there. And that's why also when you see when they come up, they shake the ears, and that just helps to get all the water out of the ear itself. So they're trapped in that sort of stage between land and water. So they live the dual life, and so they do need to have the ability to hear. They can't close their ear canals off, but they limit the amount of water that's able to enter through having a small ear opening. So now you might be able to hear the call of the fork-tailed drongos that are frequenting around the waterhole as well. We call them the R2-D2 bird because they do the noise from the Star Wars, R2-D2. It goes R2-D2. And that call that you may be hearing is coming from them. Lots of insects around the water, so a good place for a bird, and insectivorous birds, to be frequenting around. So there we're going to also have a look at some of the other birds that are on the water, and those are the Egyptian geese. Now what is the difference between a goose and a duck? As that one's just shooing off. Seems like a little wagtail. Let us know. Do you know what the difference is between a goose and a duck? Let's see what you guys know about these waterfowl. So I foresee that the animals are going to come in waves. we're going to have these hippos here constantly. The birds are going to be another consistency. So we're going to have lots of action here as opposed to us driving around. So I think it's going to be wonderful to carry on for the rest of the show. And I'm also hoping that we do have an appearance from our friend, the little monkey that we've called Skippy. We called him Skippy because he's very unfortunately lost both of his front legs and his tail. We're not quite sure why, but we do think that he may have climbed up an electric pole and grabbed onto the line and electrocuted himself. But he must have done it when he was very young, because he's extremely resilient, and now he runs around like a mongoose on his back legs. And he uses little stumps of the arms very, very adeptly. So we're waiting to see if he shows up. I think the monkeys may have gone up into the thickets. They're probably foraging. They normally come around here early in the mornings and late afternoons. But if we're lucky, they may come down for a drink, and we may see our little friend, the character Skippy. Who knows? And a little hippo now is climbing on top of the adults' backs. That then does help, because he doesn't need to go down and sit on the bottom and then push back up. He can just lie on their backs and carry on breathing. You may say it's lazy. I think it's clever. So lots of swallows and martins and swifts that are also flying in and about the hippos themselves. They're scooping up water. Also very hot for them. So they'll be quenching their thirsts here as they swoop in and collect water. They've actually got a detachable bottom jaw, because if you can imagine, if they had to scoop water like that and there wasn't sort of an adapted bottom jaw, they would rip the bottom part of the beak off as they come in at speed and scoop the water. So it's a very well adapted way for them to drink water on the wing. That is such a cute picture, that. So Fiona, this little one is going to be with the parents for, well, especially the mother, with a bull that's territorial and dominant within a particular pool like this. It depends. If it's a male, it eventually will move off on its own, probably in around 3 or 4 years old. But if it's a female, it may maintain and stay within the same waterhole. Normally, by the time it reaches sexual maturity, there would have been another bull that comes into the pool and would have chased this one off. So naturally then that does eliminate the chance of interbreeding, because you can imagine if it's the same bull that mated with its mother that's still there, dominant in the pool, then it would mate with his daughter. But naturally, that's the way that is eliminated. By the time that this, if it is a female, is mature, this bull would have been pushed out by another dominant bull, as it would have aged past the point of being able to maintain the territory of this wonderful waterhole. So that's generally how things are, but we'd have to see how this progresses. And on a private reserve like this, they may intervene and maybe shift him off and bring in another bull, etc. So the conservation management team is on the ball with all the different animals. They're monitoring all the time, and they will make those decisions if and when required. Lots of the drongos calling now. They're actively feeding on insects here around the waterhole. And we do know that hippos aren't very good swimmers. What they do is go to the bottom and then run. So Londa, in comparison to elephants and rhinos, for instance, hippos, the sort of feel of the skin is a lot smoother, but it is extremely thick. It's over an inch thick. And we've seen lions feeding on hippos. They actually struggle to get through the skin. Look at that. That little one is pushed up by the adult. So, yeah, you would. It's not smooth, but relatively smooth in comparison to those other large animals, but extremely thick. So even lions struggle to get into that or through that very extensive thick skin of theirs. They do sort of produce a natural sunscreen, which gives them like this bluish tint or waxy layer that assists with protection from the sun. But the reason they stay in the water is not particularly from getting sunburnt. It's more to do with their thermoregulation. They're not able to thermoregulate as well as most of the other mammals. So they stay in the water to stay cool, and they come out to sun themselves to get warm. They're probably one of the more active species currently because they are staying nice and cool in the water. So they're not as affected by the sun right now as the rest of the animals are, who are all seeking shade. Come down for a quick drink and then off they go back to try and keep cool. And luckily for them, they can't go in the water like the hippos because they've got the hippos firstly to worry about, who are very territorial over this waterhole. And historically, and even though there aren't any crocodiles here, there's always a fear of water and death that lies within from the animals that come down to drink. So they're always nervous around the water, even though there aren't any crocodiles here. Lots of rolling about there. Looks like the baby's having some fun. Highly intelligent animals, and you can just see the fun that this little one is having. He wants to get thrown up by that adult. Let's see if he gets his wish. So Benjamin, the one animal that is the obvious, where they spend most of their time, especially during the day, in the water that they coexist with, crocodiles. They're very, very defensive, protective parents, and they don't seem to worry at all about crocodiles and taking their babies. But if a crocodile had to come up towards these hippos, as we've seen in many different locations, the adults are very quick to chase them off. So they coexist with crocodiles in the water, and you often find them being very curious around when crocodiles grab animals and pull them into the water. And we've actually seen on occasion where hippos actually stop the crocodiles from killing and eating prey. They almost remind me of elephants on land. When they come across lions, they chase them away, and they get very mad when there is kills of any kind. So elephants detest lions, and it seems like hippos have that same affinity with the animals as well. They do get aggressive around lions when they come towards the water for the obvious reasons, for their own protection. But when crocodiles also make kills, they also intervene sometimes and push them off. So I'd say, like you would think of dolphins in the ocean helping people against sharks, the hippos do similar things in the water, but for the antelope against the crocodiles, as do elephants when lions are trying to hunt.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Be able to see in that nice wide shot. The wind is picking up a little bit, but you may even be able to see some of the heat waves that is eliminating from this area. So it seems like it's a waterhole day. I don't know if it's as hot at the other locations as it is down here in the Eastern Cape, where we are in the midst of a heat wave, and the best place to be is at the waterhole. Well, let's go off to another location and see if indeed there's animals there with Lisa.
Ah, you just missed it. We had 3 southern ground hornbills who have been sticking around for a bit. And they finally came out again, and once again the Narnia tree swallowed them. As Murphy would want it. How else? But that's alright. You can see it is still a beautiful day here in the Sabi Sand. We are just enjoying all of the birds all around, and of course with the southern ground hornbills, it is always so special to see them. But that's alright. We'll see what else is around. Hopefully we've got some antelope, or even if we can just do some birding. Anything will do. We have had such a beautiful day already. And yes, anything will be a bonus right now. Anything. And remember, we are always live, interactive, and we love hearing from you. Whether it's on Sunrise, Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunset Drive, please do let us know what you want to talk about, what you would like to say, or give your comments on, or of course ask. Or perhaps you want us to look for anything in particular, you're more than welcome to let us know. I love hearing from you. And I know Nick, Rolf, Steve, they do too. So thank you so much for your questions and your comments so far on Escape to Nature. But please do keep them coming. As you all know, I love a good conversation, especially a conservation conversation. So really do get in touch with us and let me know what you would like to talk about. I was actually, while we were with Steve and with Rolf now, I was looking for a particular article on an incident that actually happened a few years ago in a national park here in South Africa. And it was of a leopard, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I don't want to go in on it too much, but the person driving the vehicle, they were hanging out with their arms, or with their one arm out of the vehicle. But in this sighting, you can see so many vehicles surrounding this poor animal. And the next thing, the leopard sort of grabbed the arm. And unfortunately, the retaliation or the reaction from the human being was to, sort of move the vehicle. And unfortunately, the leopard got driven over. And again, I'm sorry, I know generally, on Escape to Nature, we are all smiles and want to talk about the beautiful things in life. I just think every now and again we should have these difficult discussions. But whilst I was looking for this footage now, I came across so many more, and it's mind-blowing what is going on out there. There's this one video of also a leopard sighting. I think I counted, just in the frame of shots that is in the actual footage, I counted 23 vehicles in this particular sighting. And I can't believe I'm saying this. In this sighting, one of the passengers got out because she could not see the leopard. So she got out and she literally walked to one of the vehicles so she could get a proper view of this leopard. Can we just quickly, as I said that out loud, that just broke my brain all over again. How are we doing things like this as human beings? And as I say so many times, unfortunately, I've had guests on my vehicle as a safari guide where they are super loud. And I understand, if you're coming to Africa for your first time and you're seeing your first leopard or first elephant, it must be such an exhilarating feeling. I get that. I remember my first safari. I was a toddler, but I remember it. We had a massive herd of elephants. So I get that excitement. All of that I do understand. But at the end of the day, we have to remember we are in their environment. They are not in ours. So for us to be loud and obnoxious and be hooting, it's ridiculous, all of the things that are happening. And again, this is not just in Southern Africa. It's not just on the continent Africa alone. It happens all over. So I honestly, and I will stop ranting and raving about this now, but I honestly just want to urge us as people, if you see something being done to animals that is not right, say something. I'm not telling you to get involved personally and invest yourself personally in that situation, But just say something, report it to a ranger or to a naturalist or to a safari guide or wherever you find yourself. If you see something, say something, because if we don't have these discussions with each other, nothing is ever going to change, and animals are going to continue to pay the price for our actions. Arctic Circle, good afternoon. It's so good to hear from you. I don't know if you mean what animal in specific, like which species needs more conservation efforts, because for me personally, of course it's good to always look at the endangered ones first, as their numbers are radically dropping. But at the end of the day, all of the animals. I mean, there was an incident last year, July, in Kruger as well, where a leopard unfortunately attacked a staff member. And unfortunately, it also got euthanized. But before all of that happened, there was unfortunately a video that did the rounds of some of the community members that, got to this leopard before the wildlife vet could. The leopard was euthanized, and then these community members, I get super emotional when I think about this video, but they actually kicked it and smacked it and beat it. Of course, it was already dead because it had been put down by the vet. But I could not believe the disrespect in just that one moment. And for me personally, I remember that day, I was super rattled after I saw that video. I couldn't believe it. And again, I understand you can't say, okay, well, you have to pick an animal's life over a human's life. I'm not saying that at all. But at the end of the day, we have to put our own needs aside. And we have to start thinking about, were you in the wrong place, or was the animal in the wrong place? So that for me was a super horrible time. And I remember when I was still actively guiding, a lot of guests would ask me when I was tracking, because at my previous lodge we didn't have trackers, so we did everything ourselves. And so I got out of the vehicle and I said to the guest, I'll be back in just a bit. I just want to see where these lion tracks are going. And I got back on the vehicle, and this one guest was so rattled. She said to me, what if something happened to you? What are we going to tell your parents? And, I reassured her and I calmed her down, and I said, okay, I promise I will, whenever I track an animal again, I will keep whistling every now and again just for you to know I'm still okay. But I sort of almost think, when you are in this industry, you have to sort of, sign an agreement to say that you are in the wild, and that that anything like this might happen. I myself, just like Steve, have had many encounters, and some of them were on actual bushwalks, and others were, just getting back to our accommodation, having to open the gate, and then running into a lion or massive herd of elephants. And I have to tell you, not once did I think to myself, okay, well, if these elephants kill me tonight, or this lion kills me tonight, it's really going to be a problem. And I know I can't say that because I haven't been in that situation where I've really had to, sort of look that animal in the eye and make that decision at that time. Ooh, look at the impalas. But But I actually obtained my advanced rifling qualification a couple of years ago. But prior to that, I had been guiding for quite some time, and I remember all of my lodges, sort of putting a lot of pressure on me, saying, you need to get this qualification. And for a long time, I had so much inner conflict, because for me, it always just came down to, if something happens, if it's myself on foot, I don't want to have to chamber around and put that animal down. Of course, as naturalists, if you have your qualification for that sort of thing, you are not at all entitled to a license to kill or anything like that. But for a long time, I struggled with it. And eventually I did it because I thought, okay, well, it would be good to have the knowledge and experience, of course, with animals on foot. But for me, it always came down to, I will never put an animal, you know, at risk because I have guests with me now. And it's a scary thought. And of course, again, you know, as naturalists, when we do get that qualification, you get your backup trails, which we used to refer to, and then you get your lead trails. And I just have my backup because to this day, for me personally, I just decided I do not want to be in a situation where I have paying guests with me and I now have to make a call between them or ourselves and the animal. And as I say, for the most part, you know, you go through really, really intense training and you have to build up hours, like Steve said. You have to have various encounters with Big Five on foot, with actual encounters, with potential charges. And for the most part, 99% of the time, you know, that animal will break its charge before it reaches you. But I've always just thought, what if it doesn't? And I always think that, you know, for us in the industry, for anyone working in the industry, it sounds horrible and it sounds super insensitive. I apologize. That's not what I mean by it. But I think we should have this understanding to say that if you are finding yourself in these areas, you should know the risk. Just like when you sometimes enter a property and it says enter at own risk. I think that should be the global understanding when you go to these areas, even when you go to something like a zoo or any of these places. But at the end of the day, again, it comes down to accountability, research, and just taking responsibility. Oh, wow. It's the first time I see these geese not throwing a tantrum, you know, with something coming remotely close to the youngsters, or even to them. Sometimes they don't even need children to be super dramatic. But Arctic Circle, just to give you a proper answer, I don't think there's any specific species. Of course, I'll always say the endangered species definitely need our help and attention, and just efforts like rhinos and wild dogs and, southern ground hornbills, and from the African animals to the other animals, all around the world that are endangered. But in general, all animals need our help, even the domestic animals. We just need to start doing something. It's not necessarily that you have to volunteer at this place, or you just get involved. Get involved and definitely get educated. Because as I say, there are so many things happening. That are difficult. Even this oxpecker, they used to be critically endangered at one stage, the birds on the actual impala. But luckily their numbers are slowly picking up again. But yes, in general, all animals need our help. Alrighty, I'm going to keep an eye on these beautiful creatures, and I'm going to send you back to Steve in Madikwe.
Welcome back to Madikwe. Riaan has gone up close and personal with this acacia. Now, we're just trying to double check that it is exactly what we think it is. It's not. Looking at the leaf structure, it doesn't seem to be the blue thorn, and it doesn't seem to be the monkey thorn either. It's got much more of a black monkey thorn sort of appeal to the leaves, in my opinion. Many of the trees we find out here are actually, in fact, stunted as well due to the soil, due to their inability to penetrate the ground too deeply because of the underlying clay medium. So they don't grow to crazy heights. With all southern African acacias, they have thorns, be it hooked, be it straight, or in the case of this individual over here, aptly named the umbrella thorn, it has got two types of thorns. It's got the hooked as well as the straight, and so it's actually got the word thorn twice in its name. Acacia tortilis, because of the pods that twist like a spiral staircase. There you can see the straight and the hooked, like a spiral staircase. Subspecies heterocarpa, meaning two types of thorns. The umbrella thorn. And that is just a tree that is trying to prevent itself from being eaten. That's what the thorn's objective is. These are nutrient-rich plants growing on generally nutrient-rich soil, but with the ability to also create their own nitrogen. So pretty good trees to feed on. And so they want to slow down the herbivory potential. And they so do it by creating these armorings, these protective barriers against the lips of herbivores, and it works for a number of herbivores, but some herbivores just eat the whole thing and they're not concerned at all by these weapons. And I can assure you that those little red tips on the thorns, if you poke yourself, it burns like you can't believe. And that's just using your hand or your finger. You get that in the lip. I think it would be quite uncomfortable. So the straight thorns are to try and prevent an animal getting their lips there, and the hook thorns are to prevent an animal from stripping the leaves off of the branch. Two different strategies. The umbrella thorn employing both, and yet you still see giraffe feeding on them. Elephant, kudu, impala. It's like in nature, if you find something that's well protected, it's generally pretty tasty. So the porcupine, for example, is well protected because he tastes so good. Now these thorny trees and shrubs don't only serve the purpose of shade for animals, as well as food in the forms of their pods, which acacias are well known for producing very nutrient-rich seed pods, which are not only the casing of the seed pods, but generally the seeds themselves bring some form of nutrients, and then distributed through the digestive system. Rihanna, I know it's a quick one, but top of the small shrub here, there's the violet-eared waxbill's building a nest just up, there he is, come on, there he is, bottom right a little, there he is, he's building a nest in this tree, the violet-eared. How very special. I saw him grab some nesting material and jump in there. And there we go, we've officially got him on camera. So not only do they provide food in the form of the leaves and the pods, but our small little birds. Roxy, it's the first time seeing the violet-eared waxbill. They are such pretty birds. That is the male. That is the male, by the way. And small birds like that love to nest in little acacia thickets, little acacia trees with the thorns and the armaments and the protection that it creates, that prevents, for the most part, birds of prey, mongoose and maybe some other terrestrial predators from getting in and getting access to the nest. You often find many of our small nesting birds picking not just on the end of a branch, we see that with weavers on the end of spiky, thorny branches, but waxbills, in my experience, love to nest right inside, little finches inside these very, very dangerous looking trees. I'm sure there's an element of protection not only from predators but also from the elements to a degree, and might be also a little bit of a warmth factor of being inside that.
Sorry about that. We'll get you back to Steve as soon as we can. And Steve, I'm super, super jealous. That beautiful wax ball of yours is still a lifer for me. So well done on spotting that, and of course even more so special seeing them building their nests. Right now it is still super peaceful here in the lovely Okokoyo. Our Egyptian goose family is just chilling it out. The springbok have not even come to the water. It's literally just been the geese, the lapwings, the guinea fowl, and yes, I think that's really only been the only animals around at the waterhole itself. Way in the background every now and again we see some movement from the springbok, but I do think that is due to the storm we had yesterday afternoon. So hopefully we'll give it a couple of days and hopefully there'll be a lot of greenery around, some flowers, and just overall a lot of new food for the animals. And they will all come to this lovely water hole of ours.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Now, as I mentioned, we did have a storm here yesterday. It wasn't a lot of rain, but it was a good downpour for at least an hour and a half. So generally, as we see often in various locations, weather will deter animals from going into certain areas again, like we've seen in Mashatu. You know, once we went, I think, a whole 3 weeks without seeing elephants at Pete's Pond. So it really does depend, but it's going to be definitely be interesting to see, you know, once the rainfall actually properly starts. As you see, the clouds are building, so hopefully we'll get some more this afternoon. But of course, in a lot of locations, we see that it does one of two things. Either the animals flood to the waterhole, or, you know, they sort of move to other areas because there's now puddles in the bush and in the tree line and in so many areas that we can't necessarily see. So definitely hoping for some interesting changes in the next couple of days. Anyway, for now it's a little bit quiet here in Okokoyo, so I think let's go look at some bokkies in Djuma. Bokkies, bokkies, and nog bokkies, which just means antelope, antelope, and more antelope. In Afrikaans, we call these bokkies, or a bok. But bokkie means like the cuter version of it. I remember my father always used to call my mother Bokkie. It was like his nickname for her. And if she was really angry with him, she would tell him, "Don't call me a buck, I'm not something that jumps around in the field." But in Afrikaans, it is a fairly common nickname for a loved one. So we've got the impalas, and then there in the middle, doing her business, is a nyala. Of course, with the stripes, 2 of them. Stacy, I have to tell you something. Girl, you would not believe what happened. Ooh, tell me. It literally looked like she was just rushing over to tell her a secret or something. I should stop doing that. I actually think that is why I have so much emotion towards animals and for them. Is because I, you know, sort of give them personalities. It's not always the right thing to do. I do, of course, still respect them and realize that they are wild animals. But sometimes it's just good to sort of to put ourselves in their shoes. Now, both of these species, the nyalas and the impalas, are vegetarian, so they are not going to eat each other. And, you know, I do think they realize they sort of look alike, so you can't be too harmful to me. But again, you know, it also boils down to safety in numbers. The more eyes and ears they are, the more they can actually help each other out. But I always wonder about that. How do you know? Even if they see monkeys, other animals, but as soon as there's a leopard or a lion, they immediately react. They know. I just quickly want to have a look and see if those hornbills did not perhaps venture out to the other side again. You never know, I doubt it, but seeing that it's becoming very hot now, and of course they are very dark birds, so they can definitely feel the heat, which means they might have moved into the shade. But that being said, you know, he could also excavate some creepy crawlies for them. Of course, they feed on, they feed on insects, snakes, reptiles, smaller birds. Does not seem like it. Ooh, look how pretty all of you are with your glossy coats. Of course, the oxpeckers are a huge help when it comes to that. With cleaning them, they'll actually comb through the coats, but then of course, impalas will groom themselves as well as each other. It's a form of bonding, but it is of course also very practical. So they do help each other out like that as well. Ooh, that female is still very pregnant. I suspect. I'm sure you've seen now with the others that we glanced over, they're not malnutrition, but you can sort of see the ribs. Whereas that one had a very, very round belly. No, come here. I want to see you. Oh, man. How amazing would it be if we could actually see a birth on one of the dam cams? Even if it is a late birth, that is perfectly fine. We are all right with that. But again, I'm just speculating. Welcome back. And our apologies for that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, copy. Can we roll the cue, Juma, please? Welcome back. Our apologies. But we are back. Don't worry. And as always, we are live and we are interactive. Once again, we apologize about that. And we are in the lovely Ukukoyo. Just trying to spot some animals. But the aminals are hiding today. Animals! Cuckoo! Why? It's so ironic actually if you think about it, because this is of course a hotspot for animals. You know, this is why this park and this area gets so many visitors, because this specific waterhole is the popular one, but you would not think so, would you? But as I say, that's just due to the rain and everything else that goes along with it. You know, we don't know what's happening in that tree line. There might be a conference or something. Do you see that? There is a light drizzle coming down. I mean, it's nothing to write home about, but if it rains like this for a good 4 or 5 days, that would be brilliant. Tiny droplets on the water hole. Tiny. Okay, I'll stop now. Just super excited. I love rain. And no, not just because I'm sitting in a dry office. Even when I was actively guiding, you know, the guest would say, it's raining. And I'd be like, yes, I know. And, but it's raining. Yes, I know. Grab your poncho and let's go. I always say, rather go out and see absolutely nothing, as opposed to staying in, having a bit of a sleep in, and then, you know, your colleagues and the other guests come back and they say, you would not believe what we saw. A leopard riding on an elephant's back, and the elephant was chasing a hyena, and the hyena fought with the lion, and the lion ate an impala, all while all of that was happening, and then the impala gave birth, and then a rhino adopted the lamb, you know, something like that. That is, of course, just a very, very unrealistic example. But we have had that happen many, many, many times. And then often, you know, guests would be upset with me. Why didn't you tell us to go out? Then I said, no. I said, let's try. But other times you do go out on safari, and whether it's sunshine or rain, and I promise you, you do not even in 3.5, 4 hours see one impala. That does happen. So it really is about right time, right place, and of course just having no expectations. And then you get a little egret, like we have here at the bottom. Oh man, I really hope it continues like this for a good couple of days. Again, it's not ideal for us as viewers, but you will see how this location is going to transform in the next 2 weeks. I'm super excited, and I know I've been saying that for like a week on end. I sound like a broken record, but I really am super excited. That little egret is like, nuh-uh, I didn't bring my umbrella for this. But you will see them taking advantage of this rain now, because this rain is going to cause a lot of creepy crawlies and insects and all sorts of creatures to come out of the soil. So birds are loving this weather, as am I, and I hope you are too. And in this weather, I don't know what we call it in your country or in your language. In Afrikaans, we call this jakkals trou met wolf se vrou, which means the jackal is marrying the wolf's wife. When it's sunshine and rain all in one. Oh man, let's just take a minute just to listen to this. How beautiful is it? And maybe where you're from, you're like, Lisa, I see rain every single day. Please, can we not? But let's just take a moment, because this is absolutely awesome. This location so badly needs the rain. Just beautiful. I'm definitely gonna keep my eye on the beautiful Ukukoya. I don't think much is gonna change in terms of activity. Maybe we'll get the Loch Ness monster. But anyway, let's see what's happening in Djuma. We've got the lesser spotted impala. I don't care what anybody says. These guys do not get enough credit and attention. Just look at them. So elegant. I'm wondering if this is the heron from yesterday. Yesterday we saw a heron, but the one female had a massive hole just behind her front right leg. Sorry, I had to think about that now. I have no idea how she sustained that injury, but... And again, I'm not too sure if it's the same heron, but I will definitely keep my eyes open. Tiny impala. Well, that was rude. The poor thing wanted some water. Alrighty. I'ma keep my eyes on the bookies, and then I'm gonna send you to Steve so we can see what he's up to in Madikwe.
Hello everybody. Well, we are just chilling here in the shade. Beautiful breeze from behind. We're hoping it's going to bring some weather just to settle the dust of Madikwe. We've had a female giraffe that's moved off now, I think, who was standing for the longest time. I can still kind of see her. The longest time thinking about moving through this area, just staring towards the trees. The lions have taken no notice of her, of course. They are well and truly settled down for the day. In the shade of their favourite pair of acacia trees. Behind that lion's tail, I wonder if you're going to get him. It might be a bit of a quick one. On his bum there is a blue waxbill. Let's see if he's still there. Oh, he's jumping around. Very brave bird, I must say. He's coming back. Oh! The French name, because I know some of you out there probably speak French, is called a cordon bleu, that little blue bird. Cordon bleu. South Africa is referred to a chicken stuffed with cheese, I think. Some form. Am I right, Ryan? Something like that. Like a crumbed chicken that's been stuffed with cheese, but that little blue waxbill has been named by the French. We'll take it. Always nice to have different names, but the lions obviously wouldn't really go for blue waxbill. Only weighs about 15 grams or something, probably even less than that. I'd have to check. Kelsey, blue waxbill is your favorite bird? They are so bright. They are such pretty birds. You know, I've done segments of the blue waxbill male who's gone and brought a piece of inflorescence, grass inflorescence, and then he dances in front of his mate to say, "Look at me, darling. Look at the beautiful nest I'll be able to build with this bit of grass. I am just so special. Look at me." Oh, so pretty. I love it when I see that. I've seen one of my favorite photos of the green-winged Partilia was of him doing it with a guinea fowl feather in his beak. And the Afrikaans for the blue waxbill is the gewone blou seisie. And as I said, cordon bleu de l'Angola in French. So I missed out a little bit of the full pronunciation, and forgive me if I completely butchered it. Here Bird-necked aramomula definitely occurs here. Let me play for you what I think I heard. There we go. Oh, they're responding to me. Bird-necked aramomula, a very pretty little bird. They're now behind the vehicle, obviously. They didn't like hearing another bird calling their call in their territory, and they've come to investigate. Bird-necked, just really occupying the more northern reaches, savannah into the Kalahari, well, into the more moister side of the Kalahari. Enjoying the fine-leafed acacia woodlands that we find ourselves in. Well, the clouds are being burnt off by the Madikwe sun. It's humid, but we do have the protection of the roof on us. There was a bit of a wind before, and we would be rather blessed for a little bit more wind to help to cool us off. Didn't hear me play the call before of the bird-necked aramomula they were calling before. Little 9-grammed individual versus the 10-grammed blue waxbill, so very small little birds. Aramomula is quite territorial, so I won't play the call again because it is breeding time for many of these birds, and playing the call often will call them in, which is often the purpose of it, but you don't ever want to overdo it. Ethics when it comes to using bird apps and bird calls, very, very important. You might play a call too loud, you might disturb a breeding pair, you might cause them to abandon the nest. Lots.
And sorry about that. We'll try to get Steve back just as soon as we can. I'm busy summoning a leopard. They have not yet received my call, but it is going to happen. It happened last night for one of our zoomies, and we got to see a brief glimpse of Mulwati. And I thought, let me try. What if I try to call a leopard or summon it or, telepathically just call it? I don't know. Hopefully it'll happen for us. You never know. Leopard. Kom hier so. If only we could call them like that. Luckily we can't, because they are wild animals. And whenever we do get to see them, it is just such a bonus. I'm actually just trying to do some birding. We did have the grey herons around this morning again. But alas, the sushi chefs left. Oh goodness, that was difficult to say. Sushi chefs. Sushi chefs. Goodness. FCI, I dare you guys to try saying that 3 times fast. Sushi chefs. Oh goodness, I still can't. But yesterday, of course, we had some brilliant sightings. 3 herons simultaneously here at Gowrie Dam. And within, I think, 15 minutes, there was at least 10 catches that we saw. Yes, see, you know, that would not be a good idea for me. Those youngsters that are busy taking a nap in the water. I once took a nap in a pool and it was not a good idea. I already, when I fall asleep, I'm dead within 2 minutes. But this was when I was working in the States, and one of my friends thought it's a good idea if we had a 4 Loko. Now, for those of you that reside in the States or have visited, or perhaps you have it in your part of the world too, it is a very potent liquid. That is all I will say. And my friends literally thought they needed to phone the ambulance. But I was just napping in the pool, you know. That's a normal thing to do. Ooh, we've got some birds. Look at us. Making progress. Well, that was rude. Just trying to, of course, it's a little bit tricky with this backlight. Just trying to see the eye color of the starling. Because I think it might be a Burchell starling. But if it takes off and I can get a proper look at it, I almost want to say it might be a female red-winged starling. Just purely because it's got such a long beak. Viv, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. We really appreciate all of your questions so much. Have I found birds with different colored eyes? Do you mean within the same species, or? Because definitely, even some of your raptors, your birds of prey, will have different eye colors from juvenile into the adult stage. But yes, definitely your Burchell starling have the black eyes. Your red-winged starlings also have the black eyes, but then if you look at something like some of your other starlings, they've got the more red eyes. And then of course a lot of other birds as well, you know, some of them have got the yellow eyes. Again, that comes mostly with your raptors, your birds of prey. But definitely from the same family, you can definitely have different colored eyes with birds. And I've often actually thought about that. What is the purpose behind it? Because again, you know, as humans, we have a lot of interpretations and hypotheses and speculation around why certain things are the way they are in nature. But it's very interesting because if you look at something like, for instance, a vulture and an eagle, let's say the Wahlberg's eagle, both of them, for instance, the vulture has very, very dark eyes, whereas the eagle has sort of this yellow eyes. But both of them are phenomenal hunters, if they need be. And of course, both of them can see very, very, very well from a very high point. Of course, vultures, you know, they'll find themselves high up in the air and sort of look for carcasses that they can scavenge on, but they can also make their own kills, make no mistake. And then something like an eagle, they too have truly impressive eyesight. Even something like the heron we saw yesterday. Very, very interesting eye color. That sort of yellow-orange. But then they too can, of course, see spectacularly, being able to fish and see their prey. So definitely. Oh, we've got some wild beasts. Oh, there's our baby.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
And if you are only joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature. We just had a beautiful duet from the Oxpeckers, who now have taken off, of course. But we've also got a beautiful wildebeest calf somewhere. And again, I do apologize for the chairs and the camp in the background. These animals work very, very hard, and sometimes they too need a break. So sometimes, you know, we just let them lie down at camp, have a bit of a rest, some high tea snacks. Now, of course, this is headquarters behind us, or behind the wildebeest, not behind us. Oh, you can see these flies are really irritating them. Of course, the constant shivering of the skin, you can see them constantly using their heads to also get rid of them. Oh, there's a butterfly. But the swooshing of the tails, the actual scratching, you can just imagine how annoying it must be. Oh my goodness, just quickly look at the lashes on this calf. That is really, really long lashes. Of course, you know, the wildebeests do dust bathe to mark their areas, but also for, you know, just getting a bit of a spa session on, and that is to protect the actual eyes. Just like with elephants, we see those beautiful long lashes. Same effect. Oh my goodness! It's an elephant! Just popped out of nowhere. In South Africa, we've actually got an insurance company. And way back in the olden days, sorry, I just want to check if there are more coming. But in the olden days, they had this animated advertisement of this old lady, you know, that sort of bumped her car. And then they ask her what happened, and she's got this very cute voice on, and she says, "It just jumped in front of me." And that's exactly what the elephants did. I don't know if you saw that. They literally jumped in front of us. Oh, we are just having an elephant day. We started with an elephant. We've had quite a few sightings of elephants already. Okay, whoa, how did that happen? They are just multiplying. Oh yay, we've got a whole herd coming, it seems. people, just look at this. Look at that. We've got the whole Sabi Sands elephants coming right now. Hi, Mom. No, you can carry on. We just want to have a look at you. Oh my goodness, there's at least like, I would say 40 elephants here. Day made all over again. Alright, let's all use the small splash pool as opposed to the big watering hole, because that makes sense. No, I think it probably does make sense to them. I think this water is a little bit more fresh, so that is why they are using that. Nadia, absolutely. What a treat. That literally came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that, and especially not so many elephants, because it really is a big herd. They are literally just coming and coming and coming and coming. Oh, and there's a baby. Oh my goodness, there's another baby. Oh man, this is brilliant. Like Nadia, of course, you are more than welcome to let me know how this makes you feel. Did you expect this at all? Because I know for a fact I did not. I was literally just playing around with the camera. And then bam! Elephants! I literally do not know what to do with the camera right now. There's so much going on. So much cuteness all around. Not just the babies, but just all of them in general. Oh, look at these guys. Everyone is just having so much fun. Or perhaps they had a little bit too much to drink. Look at that one, trying to drown its sibling. look at that tiny thing. That is very small. Oi! Get your bum out of our view. And sometimes elephants need to cross rivers to get to where they need to be. Sometimes the river may be massive, and other times it's just a mere silly waterhole. But nonetheless, if they have calves, the calves need to get through that water source too. It can be risky, but for this herd of elephant, it was successful. Look, because that must have been two herds now that joined up. The other elephants went this way. Poof! There they go. Just like that, disappearing off into the bush. So that was most probably another herd. And that is probably what all the communication was also about. Dreaming Wild, good afternoon and thank you for joining us. You are saying Djuma at its best. I know, right? Isn't it just so fascinating how sometimes we can have so many things happening at all of our locations, and other times it's just one location that's booming, and the next day, you know, that location might be super quiet. But for me specifically, this is brilliant. We began this morning with an elephant bull, and we had another one, and then we had a couple of individuals. But this was just top notch. Actually, just quickly bear with me. I just want to have a look at the water hole, just to make sure we are not missing out on anyone else. Ronnie, good afternoon. You would like to know if elephants can sense when there is a new member. Yes, definitely. Just like they can sense, when it's not someone from their herd. They won't necessarily fight, but they are, of course, super protective, especially if there are calves involved. But definitely, if there is a new member, like in the form of a brand new baby elephant, the herd will definitely pick up those scents and pheromones. Of course, we know elephants are super, super intelligent. I think personally all animals are intelligent, but from what we have seen, especially with elephants, their senses are just hyper acute. So they can definitely smell that little one and will go introduce themselves. But of course, they would have to be very, sort of cautious and steady in doing so. They don't want to make the mother angry, because even if she is not the matriarch, even if she is just one of the members, it is a baby elephant that she has carried around for 22 months. So if you are now going to surprise that baby and make it nervous, mommy's not gonna like that. But yes, definitely they can smell new members. They'll know exactly when someone does not belong to their herd. And again, these are certain pheromones, and it's something I so often comment on, but it's so fascinating. Because just like elephants, impalas, zebras, they can immediately smell and see when something is not right, like a lion, for instance. How? I wonder what is in that scent, and what are the sort of pheromones that come off. Is it due to the fact that those animals are perhaps carnivores? They have a different scent as opposed to that of a herbivore? What exactly is it? But even more so when there is a new family member, or there is perhaps an imposter, or even an invader, they will definitely know. Look at that little one. I'm the fastest elephant and the strongest elephant. I'm gonna catch you. They're always so cheeky. Ooh, what are those birds? If you look just above the elephant, never mind. We are apparently not allowed to know. I actually think it's our woodlands kingfisher. We'll have a look-see just now. Oh, there's one with floppy ears. Shame. Oh, this one is so tiny. Ooh, hello. How do they not step on that baby? Oh, excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. Oh, that was so special. I don't know how that made you feel, but I definitely got my fix for the day. Definitely super happy with that. I'm gonna keep an eye on Gowrie Dam. Hopefully we've got some more elephants coming, but if we don't, that was perfect. I'm gonna send you to Steve, who is in Madikwe.
So everybody, we are still here with our lions, and they've sort of shifted a little, you know, that uncomfortable shift of an animal that's had maybe too much to eat, female, just can't quite get comfortable. There's a bit of a breeze, but when you're really low down to the ground, the breeze doesn't really make much of a difference to your body. Incessant flies bothering the face is a non-stop. Okay, so she started grooming again. Now we know lions generally groom before they do something, and what she might end up doing is just moving slightly after the grooming, that very automatic sort of cleanliness discussing earlier in the show. Someone said, how do lions stay so clean? And well, they groom themselves a lot, but I wouldn't at all say that they are hygienically clean. But they do take a lot of care. And in doing so, they're actually just licking the blood off of the skin, off of the fur that might be there. But it often is the beginning of some form of movement, but I wouldn't expect her to do too much at this time of the day. Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning. everyone. If you are just joining us for the first time today, we are coming to you live from Madikwe up in the northwest of South Africa, and we have been with this small pride of lions since 6 o'clock this morning. It's been quite a day. And they haven't gone too far. They haven't gotten up to too much. And thankfully, the sun has only really in the last hour or so started to sort of move through the clouds and bake down on us. So Terry, the average sort of length of the lion's tail obviously is a little bit different, but 90 to 100 centimeters, somewhere around there. Females can be a bit shorter, of course. Oh, she's just urinated right there where she was sitting. That's probably what's been happening. She's been wanting to have a movement, and she just thought to herself, I'm not going to go out of this shade here. It's way too comfortable in the shade for me, so I'm just going to urinate right where I'm sitting, right where I'm lying, and then move on to the other side where I can aid in the digestion of this belly full of meat. You know, they are often quite disgusting animals in that regard. Lions will lie in their own waste and even defecate on each other at times. It's almost seems to be no consideration for that. But then I have met some very, very fine lionesses in my life who walk away from the pride, defecate, and then come back again. Then I've seen others who've stood up and just started going on their family member's body. It really is unpleasant. Aids the smell. So if you ever do spend time with lions, it is always advisable to pick your wind direction favorably, unless you're up for that sort of thing. Heat of the Kalahari sun now up in the northwest is baking down. It must be up to the low 30s now, maybe high 20s, it's hard to tell. I haven't seen too much movement of game around. There's been a giraffe or two and some zebra in the distance, but nothing has really walked through this area apart from one hapless young impala that seemed to be very lost, but the lions were so deep in their slumber they did not even notice. Okay, well, we're going to stay here with our 4, or was it 5? I can't even remember now. 4 lions. Send you down to Kariega, sorry, not Kariega, but to Amakhala with Ralph, who is still at his hippo hide.
Sitting at the hippo hide at the wonderful Hlosi Lodge at the Amakhala Game Reserve, where we've had a bit of action. There were some animals that came down for a drink. They've all moved off now, and as they've moved off, the wind has picked up as well, which normally I would say is not great, because I prefer when there's no wind, but today with the heat it is a welcome reprieve. So we are just enjoying cooling off a little bit, and hopefully the animals will be feeling the same. The hippos have sounded. They're a little bit shy at the moment. I think also enjoying the coolth under the water. wind coming in from the west. However, it's not as hot as I would have imagined. Oh, we have some more buffalo. They are coming in now for a drink. So perfect timing. There were some that came through a bit earlier, but there's more on their way now. So that is great news, and it's wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, are they not going to go for a drink? Seems like they might be bypassing. While we watch them bypass, just a reminder about all the kiddies going back to school. And from the 23rd to the 27th of January, we are doing back to school, and Wild Earth are looking for schools to partake. So we invite classes from schools worldwide to join us for the first hour of the Sunset Safari on any day of this week. If you're a teacher or know of any teachers, please head to wildearth.tv/kids and jump on board. We'd love to have you with us. And going along that line, it's fantastic to have the kids jump on board and ask questions. Wonderful education in wildlife and nature at large is, I think, imperative for our younger generation. Watching there, you can see a piggyback taxi ride on the back of the buffalo with the red-billed oxpeckers who just skim along the side of the body and comb through the hair, picking out the ticks. So a lovely dual relationship there. Oxpeckers are sanguinivores, which means they feed on blood. And when the ticks gorge themselves, it means that they're full of blood, and that's what the oxpeckers like feeding on. And they're not the only ones that have come down for a drink. You might see just moving off there, there's a couple of little warthogs. There's a mommy and a little baby. That's now just been scared by the buffalo. Oh, separated. Oh, a little bit of action. Buffalo chasing a warthog. It seems the yellow-billed ducks and the Egyptian geese have also moved off. I would do the same. These are big animals of buffalo, and they can be rather dangerous. So the one buffalo having a short drink, but they can have a big drink. So Andy, thanks for your question. The buffalo, they can drink sometimes 2-3 times a day, and they're heavily water dependent. So you won't find buffalo where there's an environment where there's water scarcity like you might find in the Etosha National Park, and that's the reason why you don't have buffalo there. So wherever there are buffalo populations, it's very imperative that there's a lot of water availability. That's why you find lots of them in the Okavango Delta, along the Caprivi Strip, in the Kruger National Park, but they do frequent the waterways and where there's lots of water holes. If there's no water and the water holes dry up, well, the buffalo migrate away from those parts into the areas where there is lots of water. That's it. It seems like they've had their drink and off they go. Very short drink, but a drink nonetheless. So there's two that's left. There's another one that I think might be coming down for a drink. It seems to have come back from the larger part of the herd that has moved off a little bit to the east. To the west, sorry. They've come from the east. heading up into the thickets, probably also nice grazing areas where there's a bit of shade. And they'll probably be back again to drink a bit later. As I say, highly water dependent. So buffalo won't stray too far from water, and you'll often find them walking from waterhole to waterhole, grazing in between. Then a couple of the permanent residents are the Egyptian geese as well as the hippos that now are underwater. But there they pop up and down every now and then. They do get quite anxious and aggressive when the buffalo come to drink. Very territorial and don't like big animals coming down to drink in their spot. The elephants don't seem to mind, but the hippos definitely do. So that's it at the waterhole here. We have, as I said earlier, the animals seem to come in waves, and they come and have a drink and then they move off into the thickets. But the wind picking up now, it's actually lovely. It's cooling it off quite substantially. So it seems like it's one of those days where the animals are going to be frequenting the water holes. I'm sure it's pretty hot across all the locations, and we'll just jump between them as we're going to do now and send you on over to Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf. It is incredible how, it can be super busy and then 5 minutes later everything has completely calmed down again and just become absolutely peaceful. But as I say, I am definitely so satisfied with everything we got to see today and talk about. Let me know what has been your favorite sighting today, or favorite discussion today. Perhaps it was Steve's stories about the lion. Sorry, I thought I saw something there, but it's just a branch. My squirrel fell off. But yes, please do let me know. What have you really enjoyed today? Perhaps the elephants, perhaps the lions, the hippos. I know I love that baby hippo. Who doesn't like a baby hippo? Come on. It really has been a brilliant day on Escape to Nature, and of course we are not done yet. We've still got a little bit of time, so if there's anything you would like to know or chat about, or perhaps have us look out for a last minute sighting, please do let us know. super peaceful. I can't even say it's quiet. You know, we have really had a brilliant day. So right now I'm just enjoying all of these bird calls and just the absolute beauty all around us. Anyway, I'm going to continue my therapy session and I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga so he can say hello.
And welcome back to Kariga, where we've still got a cooker of a day. And I've managed to find a lovely herd of buffalo. Remember we talked about with the mud wallows drying up around Scotia Dam that they would have to kind of look for some other areas to potentially head to. Remember, Scotia Dam as a water source is very good for drinking, but not very good for kind of covering themselves in mud. So I've kind of been moving around trying to see if I can find some of the new favorite mud wallows that they've been using. And I have managed to find them. And you can see here I wouldn't say this spot that they've chosen is as good as some of the other mud wallows we've seen them in before, but it's certainly doing the trick for them. You can actually see we've got a small little calf in the water here on the right hand side. But remember, previously we've been saying it's not something that we've actually been seeing all too often, a big stretch coming from him. You know, largely it's been a lot of the adults that we've seen in the water and in the mud. So nice to see a little calf kind of cooling down, doing its thing. Let's have a look and see if he stays in the mud or not. Looks like he might come out. Not so sure of his footing there. He looked a bit clumsy. But yeah, nice little spot that they've got themselves here. We can obviously see the water in the foreground and lots of longer grasses that are growing behind this water. I think it looks like it's quite boggy. There's lots of water kind of all around here, and I think that's why we're seeing lots of separate groups of buffalo all over the place, because I think the water's all pretty close to the surface all over the place here. Mimi, a family trip to the spa. Yeah, 100%. On a day like this, you can't blame these buffalo. They've got their heads screwed on right. This is most definitely the place to be. And this spa is also free. Mahala safaris, as they say, so nothing wrong with this. Yeah, little argy-bargy there at the back. Now, and I know we had a question, I think it might have been yesterday, about some of the various mud wallows and water holes in the area. So I thought we'd just shift off to a slightly different section of the reserve and see if we could bring one or two different areas if possible. So in terms of where we are, so a lot of us are quite familiar with sort of Scotia Dam. Further to the sort of the northwest of that, there's a massive ridge line, massive big hill right at the top of that. We've got sort of main lodge of Kariga, and then still further northwest of that we've got this lovely little mud wallow. So we're quite a way away from the areas of where we've seen this herd of buffalo sort of 2-3 days ago. I assume it's the same herd. Just because it looks like in terms of youngsters there's a similar amount of youngsters and a similar sort of age group of youngsters as well, but it may well be a different herd. It just trying to sort of have a scan and have a look at lots of different individuals and see who's who in the zoo here. Victoria, thanks for your question. Is it safe for animals to share a mud wallow? Yes, it is safe. You can see right at the top of the frame at the back there are some warthogs, and yeah, it's pretty safe, I'd say. You can see those warthogs are nice and close to those buffaloes, and there's no real competing going on with each other here. Obviously the buffalo is a bigger animal compared to the warthog, but there's enough kind of mud and water to go around to share for everybody. I mean, if there wasn't, there'd be maybe a bit of argy-bargy, and the warthogs would have to make way just because they're physically not big enough to take on a buffalo. But it is definitely safe. I mean, even if there was a bit of a squabble, it's not like there's a very high likelihood that those warthogs would get injured. Remember, in terms of predators, you think of lions. They know that a waterhole is potentially a very good area to set up an ambush. So for them to rest in the shade and just bide their time, and as the temperatures soar throughout the day and animals flock down to mud wallows and waterholes like this, those lions would know that it's a potentially good spot to wait it out. So while these buffalo and warthog are safe from each other, they would just have to keep a careful eye out for potential threats like lion. Remember the senses of buffalo, all three of them, eyesight, smell and sense of hearing, all really, really well developed. And with this herd that's around 30-40 individuals or so, they've got a pretty good chance of spotting potential threats. But you can see how this whole little section, there's a big depression where they are. It continues further to the left of this herd for about another 100 meters, 150 meters. This is a massive depression that if there was a lot more rain, this would all fill up. You can kind of see on the left-hand side of the frame with this, where that little youngster is, that little calf. You can see this would all fill up with water. So we've got water bottom left of the frame, but all of that dried, caked area at the back there, I'm sure if we had big rains and continued rains for, think of a few days, this would fill up quite a lot. And then potentially with that, we might get a few different bird species and things like that coming here. With these buffalo here, there's the chance of oxpeckers. I have seen a few wagtails fluttering around the outskirts of the herd here. But if we did get bigger rains like that, we might get sacred ibis, Egyptian goose, herons, spoonbills, storks, a different variety of this and that.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
lungfish we've got. You look at most fish species that you find sort of in the freshwater river systems like the Bushman's River, and I mean even marine fish and things like that. They're breathing by gills, you know, they're extracting oxygen from the water. Whereas those lungfish, yeah, they've got this crazy adaptation where the swim bladder has kind of been adapted to create almost sort of like lungs. Remember, most fish, your swim bladder is going to be determining buoyancy within that body of water. But yeah, those lungfish are clever. It's got a clever little adaptation. Just having a look at this buffalo just behind the water. That one I'm kind of zooming in on. You can see he's been resting in the water, and he's just got mud completely covered on his face. Oh goodness. Everybody else has, you know, kind of been lying down, maybe with their head on the side, but he just decided to plonk his head straight in the mud. And now that we figured out his little tell sign, he doesn't want to stick around and be seen too much. Tina, definitely, yeah, these buffalo will be able to drink this water. You can see it's relatively muddy. You can imagine with a herd of sort of 30, 40 like we've got. Everybody comes down here, they're churning up a lot of mud, they're moving through it, kind of muddying up, stirring up any of those sediments. But they're still able to drink that water. Buffalo are very hardy animals, and although there might be a bit of mud in there, that's not going to put them off. They'll still be quite happy to drink that. I think we've got to bear in mind that they would be more than happy to drink a potentially cleaner source of water. You think of a flowing river, like the Kariga River, which is not too far away. They definitely wouldn't say no to that. But this water that we can see here is not going to negatively affect them or anything like that. See our warthogs at the back still having a good time there. And I'd say for these buffalo, this is probably going to be their spot for the next little bit. Remember, the main aim for them at this time of the day is just keeping cool, protecting their skin, and just letting the temperature drop a little bit. And then maybe in the next 2 hours or so, they might get up and start to do a bit more feeding. So we have touched on the subject a little bit beforehand, but if anybody has just dialed into Wild Earth for the first time today, the herds of buffalo will be led by the pathfinders, so usually slightly more mature females who are quite knowledgeable. They know where the best feeding grounds are. They know where water holes like this are, little mud wallows are, when it gets a bit harder to find them, you know, and maybe in slightly drier conditions. So that pathfinder, she will kind of determine when this herd is going to start to move off for this afternoon. And just kind of east of me, another 200 meters or so, there's some nice open areas they can go to and graze. I mean, you can even see behind us at the top of the frame there, there's some nice grasses growing there, but they'll start to kind of move around and do a bit of feeding when it cools down. Our buffalo with his war paint has made an appearance here again. I know it's super bright out here at the moment, but I'm hoping that you guys are seeing what I'm seeing in terms of the amount of of mud that he's got just on his face there. But while our buffalo are looking quite settled, quite peaceful here at this little mud wallow, let's take you across to Okokoyo with Lisa and see if there's anything happening there.
Nick, in terms of mammal activity, not too much. But look at this sky right now. I am super excited. I think people always think I'm so strange when I get excited about rain, but I really do love rain. And specifically in this location, it is going to do wonders. So hopefully we'll have a good proper storm again this afternoon. You can see further in the background, it's already raining a little bit. But this is definitely going to be awesome for the beautiful Okokoyo, and you can see it slowly getting darker and darker and darker. The sun and the blue sky is slowly but surely disappearing, which generally, you know, would make us sad because we love the sunshine. But as I say, I'm super excited for this afternoon. Of course, I will have my eyes glued to the screen to see what is happening here and to see what the effects of it is going to be. Hopefully we can actually still access the camera whilst it's raining. But yesterday we were actually fine, so I think we should also be good today. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. I'm gonna catch you. Beep beep. The blacksmith lapwings chasing each other around. And they camouflage so well. If you don't see the reflection, you actually would not know that there is in fact a bird. But of course, we are slowly but surely coming to an end of our wonderful escape to nature for today. But let me know, what has been your favorite part? What has been your favorite sighting, moment, discussion, whatever you would like to talk about in terms of what you have really enjoyed today on Escape to Nature. Let me know. I know for me personally, I loved Steve's discussion on lions and, you know, a lot of the meanings behind it, or the historical meanings, I should say. I loved that baby hippo with Rolf. For me personally, of course, I love the elephants, especially the sighting we had last, with the whole big herd and the babies and, you know, all of them just photobombing. That was really so cool. And what else? I really just have had a brilliant day with all of you. As always, we've had some good discussions, you know, some sensitive topics that we also spoke about. But it's necessary. As I say, we have to take accountability, make sure we know what we are doing. And as I say, today we have really had some amazing sightings. If you are only joining us now, perhaps you were not able to join us for the full Escape to Nature. Remember, you can definitely download the Wild Earth app and you can just go check out the highlights. We'll of course highlight all of the best bits from today's show and put it on the app for you. It's as easy as that. From our elephants to of course Steve's sleepy lions, the wonderful hippos we had with Rolf. We really just have had an amazing day. As I say, we've seen some incredible things. We've discussed some difficult things, but I think it's definitely necessary. And one thing I just came across on social media is, I'm going to read it to you first and then I'm going to give you my interpretation of this. Yes, love yourself, but also analyze and be critical of how you think, act, and behave. Self-love without self-awareness is useless. Be accountable. And I thought it was so weird because it's also someone I don't really follow on my social media. And it's them that posted it. And I thought, wow, how weird is it that I saw that today? And it really comes down to, we are very self-involved as humans, and we do need to focus on ourselves and our well-being as well. But I think we definitely need to start taking accountability in terms of taking care of animals first and considering them in absolutely everything we do. Ray J, you are saying you loved spending the day with us all. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you that are frequent viewers of Wild Earth, constantly commenting and questioning, or sending questions, not questioning. But, always joining in the discussions. We really, really appreciate it. It's super special for us personally when we can share our passion with you. And of course, when we can all connect just on that one thing, which is of course our love and our passion for wildlife. It really is so, so, so special. So I actually want to share a verse of a song that I once wrote with all of you. I was going to sing it, but I'm shy now, so I'm just going to read it to you. But it goes, it's just a rhino, it's just bees, it's just trees that we don't need. What's wrong with that? We keep asking this. It's just oil spilling in the ocean. That's our problem, no devotion. Why can't we see it's up to you and me? I know grammarly it is you and I, but, to make it rhyme, we had to make it me. But I just want to leave that with all of you. As I say, let's start taking accountability and just start considering our actions. And even if you just start by, doing better for your fellow human being, we definitely will start to make a difference if we can do that. But it's been a beautiful escape to nature, and as always, I appreciate all of you so, so, so much. Thank you for joining us today, appreciating all of the sightings, wanting to learn about all of the sightings, wanting to chat about me, about some challenging topics. I really, really appreciate it. So from me, thank you so much. Of course, from Steve all the way in Madikwe. A massive thanks from him as well. And of course, Rolf in Amakala says a massive thank you as well. And then Nick in Karecha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are really all so special. And I really, really love that we all have this one thing connecting us all around the globe. Our love for wildlife and our respect and passion for Mother Nature and everything in and around it. So if I leave you with one thought today, it's accountability, responsibility, even if you are not necessarily yourself doing something wrong. If you see something, say something. Research, research, research. Let's start doing better as human beings. Ooh, I'm so excited for this rain. Sorry, I know we were very serious there and then I became a child again. But I really am super excited for these clouds pulling in. Come on, rain, pour down on the lovely Ukukoyo. Again from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist. It has been an awesome day. I hope you will all join us for Penguin Beach and then of course Sunset Safari.